Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my friends and colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you in Budapest at our conference dedicated to photography on the Holocaust, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. And I would like to introduce the director of the Holocaust Memorial Center, also an assistant professor at the Jewish Studies University in Budapest, Dr. András Zima. I prepared. I've got my glasses after closing to the age of 50. I have to use it. So it's now the beginning of this glasses. Dear conference participants and audience, it's a pleasure and an honor to welcome you here. These days, I think it's a big thing that you are personally here from many countries and even from overseas. Probably you know it was not that easy to organize this event. After many exchanged mails and messages, we could find the date and place for this conference together. Today, we'll be here in the Memorial Center in the Wallenberg room, but because of our heating difficulties, what you don't notice now, because it's warm here, we had to look for another room for the workshops tomorrow. Our organizers worked very hard, and I'm sure eventually they found the best solution. The conference hall of the Corvin Hotel will be a perfect place, I'm sure. Because of these problems, we had to limit the number of the visitors here, but we are streaming and recording the whole conference, so anyone at any time can watch it. Let me thank the presenters for giving us the permission for the record. We hope our 2 days conference will be useful for everyone, and I hope that you will enjoy staying in Budapest. It will be just the beginning of a long-term collaboration with us. We are following the activities of the EHRI, and I hope we'll have many joint projects together in the future. The Holocaust Memorial Center's activity is very diversified. At first, it's a memorial site. We collect the names of the victims of the Hungarian Holocaust. At the entrance of the center, you can see the wall of the victims. There are more than 190,000 names on it, and we are collecting. And in this building, we hold 3 memorial events. The first one is the International Holocaust Memorial Remembrance Day. The second one is the Hungarian Holocaust Remembrance Day. And the third one is the Roma Holocaust Remembrance Day. Part of our mission is to remember the victims of the Roma Holocaust as well. So we are really interested in László Cső's project on the subject of it. We have a contract with a researcher, a Roma researcher. She's a cultural anthropologist, and we are waiting for her paper, 2 papers soon, and we will publish it next year. And I hope we can deal a joint project in 2024 anniversary. As a museum, we have a powerful permanent exhibition down there. I hope you will have the chance to look at it. And we have temporary exhibitions in the synagogue, mostly in the upper circle. The new one we are building up now is a contemporary art exhibition. We will open it at the end of January. It will be about the Central European Jewish heritage. We show that this is through 3 cities, Berlin, Vienna, and Budapest. And we want to show this is how the Central European Jewish life is same everywhere in Central Europe. From the river of Rhone till Lemberg is one thing. In Central Europe, and the Jews are the same. We're the same. Our institution is a documentary center. And we collect the documents of the Shoah and of the Jewish past, and we would like to be an important scientific and researching place as well. We have now a very talented and motivated interdisciplinary staff with historians, art historians, museologists, cultural anthropologists, ethnologists, and so on. Perhaps our most important job is to educate. Comparatively, we had with the Yad Vashem and the Yehadid Unum, we have courses for elementary and high school teachers to help them to obtain new methods of teaching the Holocaust. We try to strengthen our foreign relations. We traveled some places, for example, to Serbia. We are planning a joint project with the with the Serbian colleagues in Belgrade, Starostaj Mišće, and we are trying to, with the Hungarian and the Serbian government, to create a memorial site in Bor. Bor is something personal for me because my grandfather was there in the forced labor camp. The organizers told me, of course, not to speak too much, and not to forget to mention that these lectures, which are going to hear soon, could be the base of a volume in the future. I don't want to take up any more time because I think I've already spoken too much. I am positive these 2 days event will be interesting. Thank you for your attention.
So now the next one is a welcome speech or introduction by our colleague and friend Karel Berkhoff, director of the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure. Please, Karel.
Good day. It is my real pleasure to say a few words at the start of this conference, Reflections on Images of the Holocaust in Central and Eastern Europe. I'm Karel Berkhoff. I'm actually the co-director of EHRI, the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure. That is the name for a number of projects since 2010, funded by the European Commission, and bringing sources and people together through a portal, fellowships, seminars, etc. There are good prospects that in 2 years from now, EHRI will continue as a research infrastructure consortium funded no longer by the European Commission, but by a good number of national governments. This conference offers us, among the speakers and also among the audience, experts on one of the best known sources that at the same time is also one of the most difficult ones, photographs taken during and revealing aspects of the Holocaust. On behalf of EHRI, I wish here to express my sincere gratitude to the Holocaust Memorial Center and its wonderful staff for the excellent cooperation in conceiving and organizing this event in this exciting city. I should mention that unfortunately one of the speakers could not be with us today, Hedwig Turay. Now, of course, we will have our keynote speaker, but before I introduce her, I'd like to say one word of thanks also to Angel Gorobchiev of Yad Vashem, who has been also very instrumental in bringing this all in real life. So thank you for that. Janina Struk is from the United Kingdom. She's an independent scholar who has stood at the start of everyone's thinking about Holocaust photographs, or let's call them perhaps photographs related to the Holocaust, with her book already in 2004, Photographing the Holocaust, and she will be telling us again about this extremely fascinating and difficult topic with her keynote presentation. I welcome you to the floor, Janina.
Okay. Can I just check with you that I press this one? This one? So, excuse me. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here at the Memorial Center in Budapest and to be invited to give this keynote lecture. So I thank the hosts and the organizers for inviting me. So we're gathered in Budapest this week on the initiative of the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure, as we've already heard. We're an expert group whose members are historians, authors, researchers, archivists, curators, educationalists, who work with photographs taken during the Holocaust. One of the main purposes of the group is to evaluate how best to interpret and work with these images. So my presentation today will attempt to address a few points, hopefully that's going to be relevant to this work. So photographs taken during the Holocaust are a disparate group of images taken in different circumstances by different people for a variety of purposes. They were taken by Nazis who obsessively took images of their crimes to either feed the propaganda machine or to serve as evidence that their policies were being carried out successfully. They were taken by curious German soldier tourists who wanted snapshots of souvenirs as they rampaged through the occupied territories. They were taken by Jewish photographers as evidence of the horrific conditions, whether in the ghettos or the camps or in the streets. They were taken by anonymous individuals who risked their lives to take clandestine pictures as evidence of Nazi crimes. And at the end of the war, the Americans, the British, and the Soviet army photographers and photojournalists took photographs during the liberation of the concentration camps. The premise which underpinned the motivation of all protagonists was the belief in the photograph to tell the truth. This was a point exploited not only by the Nazis, but the Polish and Jewish resistance, who took clandestine pictures or acquired those taken by other means in the hope they would reach the outside world. To define these images, we often refer to Holocaust photography, which is a curious term, as none of the protagonists who took pictures would have defined themselves as participating in Holocaust photography, in the way they might have defined themselves as participating in documentary photography, for example. This category is retrospective, as is the term Holocaust. It was only in the 1980s that Holocaust became a term widely used to define the murder of the 6 million Jews. We sometimes discuss whether photographs taken during the Holocaust constitute a genre, but a photographic genre, for example, documentary photography, war photography, amateur or portrait photography, each have technical, aesthetic, and ethical unifying codes that culturally we learn to read and recognize. In the genre of portraiture, for example, we instinctively know, or more accurately, we've culturally learned the difference between a studio portrait and, for example, a police identity photograph. If we have our picture taken at a portrait studio, we would not expect to leave with a photograph that resembles a police ID picture. So maybe the only unifying element of these images is the period in which they were taken. But even that varies depending on the geographical area that we are located in. Did the Holocaust take place in 1933 to 45 as defined by the National Socialists, or by 39 to 45 as Western Europe defines the war, or in 39 to 44 as defined in some countries in Eastern Europe, or in 41 to 44 as defined in the former Soviet Union? Maybe images then taken during the Holocaust defy categorization and cohesion. One thing we do know is that in order to interpret or understand a photograph, we must ask questions of the image, not only about its authorship, who took it and why, but what does it show, how has it been used, and in which archive was it found? Archives are not neutral spaces. Then we must consider what are the ethics of using it now. It's almost 20 years ago that I published Photographing the Holocaust, in which I made a plea that we treat photographs as documents and ask questions about their production in order to interpret them. When I began my research back in the early 1990s, my intention had been to write about war photography during the Second World War. And by war photography, I mean images taken by professional photographers. However, in the wartime archives, I consistently came across images that didn't fit into that category or genre. I came across many images of Nazi atrocities, civilians being rounded up in towns and villages, many in Nazi-occupied Poland, male Jews being humiliated, the public hanging of civilians, and naked victims standing on the edge of death pits, about to be shot, to name but a few. Some of them were poor quality, an indication that they'd probably been copied many, many times. This was the case with the image of the death pit, a pitiful, widely used image about which we know little, if anything at all. We know nothing of the identity of the people who are seemingly about to be shot, nor the perpetrators, nor why it was taken, by where and by whom. The man in the right-hand side seems to be directing the photographer. Was there a lull in the proceedings while the photograph was taken? But who required such a macabre image? An enthusiastic amateur, or a Nazi for the files of the Reich? Or the perpetrators, and why? It was taken with the perpetrators' consent. They were seemingly quite willing to be photographed alongside their victims, like hunters with their trophies. But maybe not the man on the far right-hand side. This photograph can be found in a multitude of archives in different countries, but the copy in the Polish Institute and Sikorski Museum in London, the official archive of the Polish government in exile, has the only copy I've found that includes the man on the right-hand side. In the Sikorski Museum, it's recorded as having been taken in Szczytyn and now in Ukraine, previously in Poland. The text reads, Jews being tormented before their execution. But in all other archives, the man has been cropped out. By whom and why, we don't know. Its generic use as an example of Nazi atrocities in books, exhibitions, and displays is fraught with problems, not least in terms of ethics. Should we use a photograph that we know nothing about just for its shock appeal? We assume the victims had no choice to be photographed, so the question is, do we have a right to look? In the 1990s, at the time I began my research, the historical value of images taken during the Holocaust had not been fully realized, nor even understood. These images didn't fit into the conventional remit of the various museums, archives, where they were largely left to gather dust. It's perhaps ironic then that some of these images are now recognized as some of the most important documents in Holocaust historiography. At the Imperial War Museum in London, I found many images related to the Holocaust received during the war by the British government, or those given to the authorities by the American forces when they left the UK, were still in their original files and folders. They were untouched since the war. This was a great find for a researcher like me, but not for the visual history of the Holocaust. In other archives, images were retained in the context of war crimes trials that had taken place after the war. In this context, they were regarded as legal documents, evidence for the purpose of a trial, but not for the understanding of history. In Warsaw, I found photographs related to the Nazi occupation kept in a small room in the basement of the city's law courts. Initially, I wondered why, but it was obvious. It was because they'd served as evidence during the Nazi war crimes trials in the late 1940s and 1950s. After the trials, they were simply transferred to the basement and largely forgotten. They had no further use. At this point, their context was evidence of Poland's wartime history and nothing to do with the Holocaust. In that archive in Warsaw, among the photo albums kept in a 1940s wardrobe that sat in a corner of the room, was a Struk report compiled by SS Jürgen Struk to commemorate the crushing of the Warsaw ghetto uprising. I was handed the album and allowed to file through it undisturbed. It still had on its cover the document number from the Nuremberg trials. It also was presented as evidence in a Warsaw courtroom in 1951 at the trial of Jürgen Struk. So this is the, we know this image, the well-known image of the little boy being dragged from the bunker. At Yad Vashem in Israel, I was told that photographic archives had not long been a separate entity from the documents, a comment that was all too clearly reflected the status of photographs. I was handed the original Auschwitz album that's here that contains the images of the arrival of the Hungarian Jews at Auschwitz-Birkenau in 1944. It was used as evidence in the Frankfurt trials in the 1960s. In Lviv in Ukraine, when I requested copies of an original album made by the Extraordinary Soviet State Commission, the bodies that investigated the Nazi crimes, the archivist carried it out of the dark, dingy archive into the streets and placed it on a busy pavement so that I had enough light to photograph its pages and she carefully turned the pages and counted each time I clicked the shutter. I had agreed with the head of the archive's demand to pay $1 per page. The caption here reads, "In this ancient Ukrainian city, the German monsters committed terrible acts as testified on the pages of this album." And on this side, it's the exhumations of the bodies at Janowska camp. This is another Soviet album in the archive. The text reads, "The Provisional Commission on the History of the Great Patriotic War, a photo album of atrocities and crimes committed by Nazi German aggressors in Drohobych province during 1941. And this is the hanging of some oil workers in Borisław. I became aware on my visits to these archives that my inquiries into what were mostly disturbing photographs were regarded by archivists as voyeuristic. My questions about who had taken them and why were met without exception by curious glances and responses. Why did I need to look at photographs? What could I learn? If I wanted to know about the Holocaust, there were plenty of text to consult. And if I must look at photographs, why did I need to ask questions? Didn't the images speak for themselves? But an image cannot speak for itself. A picture may be worth 1,000 words, as the saying goes, only if the story behind the photograph is told by other means. That assumption led to a landmark exhibition curated by a group of German historians in Hamburg in 1995 to be discredited. The focus of the War of Extermination exhibition had meant to be the panels of text, but it was 1,000 or so trophy images on display that caught the attention of the public and the press. It caused a political storm. This is just a page from the album, the exhibition catalogue. When I spoke to the curator, a curator of that exhibition, Hannes here, he told me that they assumed that all the images that he described as shootings, hangings and burnings had been taken by German soldiers of atrocities committed by them. That assumption was challenged, and some of you here will know that story, and we can discuss it later. But what concerns me here is that Hannes here and his fellow historians had regarded the images as supplementary source material, as illustrations to support the text, and not as documents in themselves. He admitted that he'd never considered the question, what is a photograph? Nor had he realized just how dangerous photographs can be. To hear, like other historians, a photograph was an illustration of a text, not a text in itself, meaning a source of information that can add to our knowledge of history. I tell you these stories because although much has changed in our attitude to photographs and how we work with them, how we value them, and how we interpret them, in some ways very little has changed. We still struggle to know how to handle photographs, how to understand their limitations and their qualities, and how to define them, which is why we're here today in Budapest for this conference. And in a way, we find it difficult to grasp why images are so compelling and why some people risk their lives to take them. In many Holocaust archives are images taken from hiding places. The object that conceals a person taking the photograph, a partially opened door, a crack in the wall, or behind a window frame, often appears as a dark, ominous shape in the frame, as you can see in this image here. It conveys a sense of danger, of secrecy, of tension, the possibility of the person taking the pictures being discovered. Sometimes the image is oddly framed or incorrectly exposed or out of focus, perhaps through a lack of familiarity with a camera or the hurried way in which the photograph was taken. This shows an execution of civilians in the Rynek in the town square in Drohobych, now in Ukraine. It was taken apparently in 1944. When I stood in that Rynek, in that town square in Drohobych many years ago, and tried to identify the window from where the images were taken, I wondered who had taken them and why. Was it a way of taking control of a situation, a refusal to be a passive observer, but rather an active participator? Or was it to create a distance from this distressing scene? Photographers often claim that the camera creates a physical and emotional barrier between the photographer and the event being photographed. Or maybe it was taken as future testimony, so that we might know about the execution in that Rynek in Drohobych. Maybe it was taken for immediate effect, as were these now well-known images taken at Auschwitz-Birkenau by the Sonderkommando in August 1944, when the gassing and the burning of Jews was at its peak, a period which saw more than 430,000 Hungarian Jews murdered. These two images show bodies of those gas being burned on a pyre. They were passed to the Polish underground in the camp and smuggled to nearby Krakow, from where it was hoped they would reach the outside world, although that was not the case. The motive of the window has long been used in literature, as well as painting and photography, a narrative ploy, a framework through which the world can be described. Used in a visual discourse, it also has an aesthetic function. It creates a dynamic composition, a frame within a frame, which organizes a scene being looked at. The photograph seems to say, this is simply what I saw. This is the reality. But a photograph is not a window on the world, nor is it a reflection of reality. We have to consider that the person behind the camera has made a clear set of aesthetic, technical, and ethical choices about what we see and what we don't see, and then how we see it. Photographs are inherently subjective. The choices that the camera operator makes influence how we read or interpret a photograph. A photograph is then both a personal interpretation, in that a person decides how to record the scene, and an objective record, in that a machine does the recording. American critic Susan Sontag has written about these two contradictory features. This sleight of hand, she wrote, allows photographs to be both an objective record and a personal testimony, something that all good literature attempts to achieve. But unlike literature, a photograph is a slippery object. It contains information about the moment captured, but really nothing more. This image was widely used both during the war, and it's been used widely ever since. It was taken by American photojournalist Julian Bryan during the siege of Warsaw in September 1939, as German planes bombed the city. Bryan captioned it, "Everybody helping, Orthodox Jews like others dig trenches under the direction of soldiers." And on the left-hand side, the person holding the gun is a Polish soldier. But by November 1939, this cropped version was being circulated by the Nazis for their own propaganda purposes, to show that Eastern European Jews were under their control. In this version, the gun becomes more threatening. We've cropped out the worker on the right-hand side. In 1942, the London-based Polish Ministry of Information published it in a book entitled The German New Order in Poland, with a caption, "Two elderly Jews forced to dig earth under supervision of a German soldier." To publicize the German New Order in Poland, in the USA, as it was called the Black Book in the USA, the Detroit Evening News used it to illustrate this article, an article. Although the headline in this newspaper seems to imply that the two Jews in the photo were agricultural workers. In 1943, the American Federation for Polish Jews published the same version in the Black Book of European Jewry with the caption, "Aged Jews at Forced Labor." This photograph has been interpreted to suit everybody's propaganda purposes. To the author, Julian Bryan, this picture was evidence of the bravery of the people of Warsaw working to defend their city. To the Nazis, it was evidence of their supremacy over the Jews. To the Polish underground resistance and those who opposed the Nazi regime, accepting the truth of the Nazi propaganda version, it became evidence of the Nazi persecution of the Jews. And this is the version that we usually see today in Holocaust museums and exhibitions. But another important factor to consider in the interpretation of this and other images is the context in which we find ourselves, in terms of our culture, our history, and our location. Not long ago, I showed this image, uncropped, without a caption, to my photojournalism students in an institute in London. The course I was teaching had no link to the Holocaust, and the students were adults of varying ages, cultures, and backgrounds studying photography. It also had no link to war. I asked the students a simple question: what does this photograph show? There was quite a long silence. People digging, people, a gun, workers. It took them a while to relate the images to war, then to Jews, elements that quickly led one student to say something to do with the Holocaust. But actually, it's not a Holocaust image, although it's still commonly used as such. It in fact shows Poles defending their city, some of whom happen to be Jewish. It's been curators, historians, and publishers who have made it into a Holocaust photograph by making false assumptions. What we take from this story is that the students were able to describe the different elements in the photograph, but they found it difficult, if not impossible, to establish the exact meaning. No one could have guessed who took it, nor why it was taken, or by whom, or where. This information is not in the photograph. As Susan Sontag wrote, photographs do not explain, they acknowledge. Or as British critic John Berger has said, in itself, the photograph cannot lie, but by the same token, it cannot tell the truth. The only context the students had through which to read this image was my photojournalism class. If I'd have shown the image to a group of students studying the Holocaust, the response would have been quite different. Not necessarily because they were familiar with the image, but crucially because they were shown it in the context of Holocaust studies. The context is all. Images of the Siege of Warsaw were some of the first to be smuggled out of Poland to the Allied countries. Within months of the Nazi occupation in a country where there was no official collaboration with the invaders, the need for communication channels through which information and propaganda could be smuggled to the outside world was seen as vital. A sophisticated communication strategy was developed in which photography played a crucial role. The only way to send photographs across heavily guarded borders to the West was to copy them onto film, which was then smuggled. This might seem extraordinary today in an age of digital culture, when photographs can be taken and transmitted around the world in seconds, but film was the only technology available at the time. And processing film and making prints was not so easy. It required specialist equipment, a controlled environment, and an army of skilled technicians. In 1939, some of the first images to be secretly sent out of Poland were smuggled through diplomatic means via Budapest. In the early years of the war, this route was well trodden and well used. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of Polish couriers. The most well-known is Jan Karski, who was caught crossing from Poland into Hungary with a roll of Leica film concealed in a razor. This is a strip of film that was sent to Warsaw. This is how it was sent. The images were photographed first, and then the film cut and sent, smuggled. It shows partially destroyed buildings taken during the Siege of Warsaw, where Julian Bryan's photograph was taken. But not all these images smuggled to London were taken by the resistance or by Poles. Some were taken by Nazis and German soldiers. In 1940, a photo shop in Warsaw called Photo Ries, which was staffed by Poles, was officially designated as a place where the Gestapo and German soldiers had their film processed. It wasn't difficult for the resistance to see the opportunities that such a photographic shop presented. For the Poles, the propaganda value of the masses of film brought in daily by Nazis and German soldiers was enormous. The Polish workers organized an underground cell. Among them was a man called Jerzy Tomaszewski, who I interviewed some years ago. He described some of the first atrocity images he saw in the laboratory and tell me how images were smuggled from the shop, including these images taken in Bochnia in southern Poland in December 1939. The execution was a reprisal for an attack on a German police station. 50 Poles were rounded up, taken to a nearby forest and made to dig their own graves, and they were then executed. 2 Jews were hanged in the town square. Photographs were taken by a German police photographer throughout the operation. You can see the 2 images here, the hanged Jews and the men being taken into the forest, escorted by German soldiers. The images were pasted into an official photo album entitled The Retaliation in Bochnia. Some images taken in Bochnia did reach the West. They were published in the book I mentioned earlier, The German New Order in Poland. They were also published in the Illustrated London News. However, only the 2 middle photographs were taken in Bochnia. The other images were taken elsewhere. And they used as generalized atrocities. They used generically. In none of the newspapers or books who used these images was Bochnia mentioned at all. They were also used in an exhibition made by the Polish government in exile. The picture, you probably can't see it very well, on the bottom left-hand side is from Bochnia of the execution. When the underground cell at Photo Ries was eventually discovered, which it was, by the Nazis and closed down, Tomaszewski's next task was to organize a secret laboratory where he came across this image, which I'm sure you all know, which was taken in Ivangorod in 1942, apparently. According to Tomaszewski, it was intercepted at Warsaw's main post office in a letter sent from a German soldier in the east. But controversy has plagued this iconic image. In the 50s, when Tomaszewski published it in a book he edited called 1930-1945, We Have Not Forgotten, it would become a focus of a diplomatic incident between Poland and West Germany, when defenders of Germany's Nazi past accused Poland of publishing a faked image to discredit Germany. The authenticity of this image is still questioned by Holocaust deniers. So the top right-hand side is how it was used on the cover. The image was used on the cover of the book and the inside pages of this book. It was published in 5 languages and distributed widely throughout Europe. In occupied Poland, not all images were taken or seized for immediate effect. Some would serve as future testimony. This was the case with images taken by Mendel Grossman and Henrik Ross in the Łódź ghetto. They were employed as photographers by the Judenrat to fulfill the Nazis' obsession for documentation. The Judenrat were the Jewish administration whose function was to carry out German orders. Some of their photographs were used in albums that represented the workers of the ghetto factories and institutions as efficient, productive, and content, and combined the German administration's demand for detail with innovative design. This is an example of an album page. The portrait of the controversial chairman of the Judenrat, Mordechai Romkowski, is on the left-hand side, and the text reads, "A celebration of work." This is an image taken by Grossman on the left-hand side, and this is Grossman working on one of the album pages, the Judenrat album pages, retouching the photograph. This is an image taken by Henrik Ross in the Łódź ghetto. And this is another image taken by Henrik Ross in a factory of girls sorting feathers, in a hat making factory, I believe. Just before the ghetto was liquidated in 1944, Grossman and Ross each buried thousands of negatives and prints in the hope that they'd survive. Grossman didn't survive the war. He died on a death march in Germany. His images were sent to Arya Ben Menahem, a comrade and friend in the ghetto who then was in a kibbutz in Palestine. Ben Menahem kept them until 1948, when during the first Arab-Israeli war, Egyptian forces occupied the kibbutz and the negatives disappeared. Henrik Ross was able to retrieve his photographs after the war. And this is an image of Henrik Ross digging up his pictures. Ross is on the left-hand side with a peaked black hat. Ross continued to work as a photographer in Łódź until in the 1950s, when he moved to Israel, where he tried to sell his photographs, but with no success. It would take another 20 years before any interest was shown in Ross's Łódź ghetto images. In the first decades after the war, there was no ideological space for photographs that require an explanation of the Judenrat and the ghetto's hierarchical establishments and their functions. Rather, in the 1940s and 50s, the dominant representation of the Jewish tragedy, on which historians and relevant parties across Europe could agree, focused on the resistance to the Nazis, notably the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising that symbolized heroism rather than destruction, and the images were used accordingly. In the newly found state of Israel, the story was no less complex. The memory of the destruction of the European Jewry was largely suppressed in favor of warriors, pioneers, and partisans. In 1949, images from the Struk report were displayed in the inaugural exhibition at the Ghetto Fighters' House, a museum dedicated to Jewish resistance. Ante Zuckerman, a hero of the Ghetto Uprising and one of its founders, was present to explain the photographs, but rather than a narrative of defeat, he used the images to tell a story of heroism and resistance. Not until the 1960s, following the Eichmann trial, where Ross presented images as evidence, did his work become of interest. In 1977, he donated hundreds of photographs to the Ghetto Fighters' House Museum archive. It was the first time that Ross's photographs were made available to the public. After his death, his archive was bequeathed to his son, and then in 1997, it was acquired by the Archive of Modern Conflict, a private collection in London. In 2004, the archive published a selection of Ross's photographs in a book entitled Łódź Ghetto Album. In the book, the images are divided into two categories, public and private. Those in the public section were said to be those taken in an official capacity, including this image that I showed you earlier. In the private section were images that are not generally associated with ghetto life. Inhabitants engaged in leisure activities, at dinner parties, celebrations, mothers kissing babies, and a series of photographs of an overweight boy dressed as a Judenrat policeman. In this image, you can see the boy wearing a cap and a Judenrat armband, playing a game with a group of boys. This is another image of the same boy. He's dressed in the same outfit, looking towards the camera with a pleased expression. In one hand, he holds the boy by the scruff of the neck, and the other, he has a truncheon. A few years before the book was published, I'd spent a week at the Ghetto Fighters' House Museum researching photographs. Among the collection were those that Ross had donated in 1977, including these images of the boy dressed up as a Judenrat policeman. When I first saw them in the archive, I was surprised. I didn't have a context through which to understand them. They didn't fit with the dominant visual imagery of a ghetto that showed starved, emaciated bodies of inhabitants lying in the ghetto streets. I asked the archivist how he interpreted the image of the boy. He simply said that children copy their parents. In the introduction to the Łódź Ghetto album, the book, it was suggested that Ross had withheld his private photographs from publication to serve a particular interpretation of ghetto history. But there seems to be no evidence to suggest this was the case. On the contrary, when I came across the images in the Ghetto Fighters' House Museum, I was told there was no restrictions on their publication. It seems then it was not Ross who withheld them from publication, but historians and researchers who chose not to use them because they told the wrong story, including myself. I didn't use them either at that point. In the 1980s, the popularization of the Holocaust I'd seen a shift away from the representation of heroes to that of victims. These did not fit that narrative, nor did they fit the narrative for survivors. In 2005, the publishers of the Wood Ghetto album hosted a meeting at the National Portrait Gallery in London for Wood Ghetto survivors, to which I was invited. Its purpose was so that survivors could see the collection of more than 3,000 of Ross's photographs, and where possible, they could identify themselves or their friends or their neighbours. There were some successes. A Wood Ghetto survivor, Helena Aronson, recognised herself as a teenager sitting next to her first boyfriend. The boyfriend is the accordionist and Helena is to the left of him. The photo was taken at a celebration 3 days after the liberation of the ghetto by the Russian army. Stefania Ross, Ross's wife, is on the far left-hand side. This image was included in the private section of this book, although when I asked Helena about the photograph quite recently, she told me she didn't understand why it was in the private category, nor did she understand the categories. But the meeting in London at the National Portrait Gallery brought to the fore some unexpected divisions. As the survivors rifled through Ross's contact sheets, a disagreement broke out concerning the truth of the images. Some survivors said that pictures looked like Nazi propaganda. Others said they were probably faked. A chorus of voices agreed that the ghetto didn't look like that. The heated debate that followed was not resolved, but it raised fundamental questions about photography, representation, interpretation, and memory. If the pictures told the wrong story, then was there a correct one? And if there is, then what would it be? What's a Nazi photograph? And what are photographs taken by Jewish photographers supposed to look like? Other questions also arose out of that event. To what extent has the repetitive use of cliched or iconic images created or contributed to a collective visual memory of a Holocaust? What would the public memory of the Holocaust be if there were no pictures? And how did Ross and Grossman regard their photographs? As private, as public, or simply as evidence? It's a question that we can no longer answer, unfortunately. But maybe, as French art historian Didier Huberman has suggested, an interpretation of a photograph is a history under construction, in which historians and researchers attempt to weave into the fabric of everything he or she already knows to produce a rethought history of the event in question. Even if Huberman is only partially correct, then perhaps it's impossible for the interpretation of a photograph to be devoid of political, social, and ideological space that we ourselves occupy. And if that's the case, then what are the implications of that? So now I'm going to leave you with just one more thought. Roland Barthes called photography a bizarre medium, which is false on the level of perception, true on the level of time, a temporal hallucination, so to speak, a modest shared hallucination. And there I'll end my talk. Thank you for listening.
There's an opportunity to ask a question or make a comment. We have about 10 minutes for that, so I welcome that. If any one of you have a comment or question? Yes.
So first of all,
Can you mention your name, please, so that everybody can know, all those who are maybe following us online?
yeah, sure. So I'm Tom. Thank you so much. That was really fascinating, really interesting, and thank you so much for sharing with us. Mine's not a very profound question, I'm afraid, but I was kind of intrigued.
I'm afraid you need the microphone because of
For the online
streaming.
All right. Okay.
Say your name again.
So I'm Tom.
Hi,
Shall I say
Tom.
it again? I'm afraid mine's not a very profound question, but there are a lot of profound things that you were asking there that I think I maybe need to process and reflect on. But one is following on from a conversation we were having last night, which is about, so you're showing us photographs, but photographs come from negatives, from film, from celluloid. And as you were doing all this fascinating work about finding photographs, did you find the originals, the negatives as well? Because they, in a sense, are a form of testimony, aren't they? And if we talk about authenticity, the negatives are actually important too within that. And just as a curiosity, I was just wondering whether in your search for photographs you came across negatives at all, or whether negatives played an important part in that. Sorry.
No, the short answer to that is no. I haven't really found negatives. I think I found copy negatives that were made in 1943, 44, 45, whenever, when the images arrived, but not negatives, because obviously the negatives, are you talking about, which images are you talking about? The ones that were smuggled, or the Ross pictures?
I know that you mentioned some that were smuggled, but I was thinking in a more general sense.
Okay.
The negatives themselves are quite important, aren't they? They underpin what the photographs are a copy from a negative.
Yeah, of course.
So I was just being, you may not be able to answer it, and I can't answer it, but I was just being curious, really.
Well, the collection, the Ross collection, has negatives.
Yeah.
Certainly, they're now at the archive in Canada, in Toronto.
Okay.
So they've got the whole collection now. They were sent from the Archive of Modern Conflict in London to the Art Gallery of Ontario. So they're kept there, and they do have the negatives, and they've cared for them. And if you look at the book that I mentioned of Ross's pictures, I mean, they've made the prints from the negatives with all the blemishes and everything.
Right.
They've kept that, thankfully.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, most of the images I come across, they don't have negatives.
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid.
No. Yeah. No, I was just curious because I'm of a generation when I've got reels of film and I've got negatives in folders somewhere in my house. I kind of saw. I think it's important to have those. They're like the originals, but we live in a different era now, don't we? Where obviously digital photography negatives don't exist. They're not important. But this is a form of like underpinning claims towards, I guess, authenticity that you were alluding to.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the images that came, to the West, if you like, from Nazi-occupied Poland and Nazi-occupied Europe, they wouldn't have sent the negatives. They couldn't possibly have sent the negatives. They were copying film onto, they were photographing the photographs, and then, as I showed you, they were then copying the photographs, cutting the film, rolling the film, and then, so, the negatives, I don't know where they are, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was actually a great question. I was going to ask that myself. But I'm Steve Luckert from the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington. And I want to thank you for that presentation, which I think was fabulous. And I have thousands of questions to ask you, but I'm going to stick to one, which is, in my work as both a curator and a historian, and I work with collections, I wonder sometimes if it would be advantageous to have all the ways, like in a record of a photograph, to have the various captions that had been placed on the photograph in the past. Because often we've get photographs into the collection where not the photographer, but somebody else, a curator, has put the caption on it. Sometimes they're misleading. Sometimes it's their interpretation of what they see in that. And, and sometimes they're just wrong. And so the question is, without making the records too gigantic, I think that's all very important information for a historian, working on that, or a curator. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, absolutely. I'd keep all the captions. Yeah, in the archive. I wouldn't put them on display because I think that, for the general public, they're perhaps not so interested in reading through all the captions, but certainly as an archive, I would keep all the captions, because in fact it tells us something about the history of the photograph. It travels through time, if you like. So, the image of the two Jews in the siege of Warsaw, I mean, that's quite important to see. I mean, I've got many more copies of that in various contexts, but it's important because that's the history of the photograph, if you like. It's nothing to do with when it was taken, but it shows how the story of the photographs evolved over time. And I think that's important for us to know that.
Yeah, I
actually,
agree.
as historians and researchers and people who archive. I think that's important.
Yeah, I ran across some photographs that were commonly used. They were in like Hitler Youth film strips in the 1930s, but I was going through an earlier Nazi publication from before they came to power, and I saw this photograph, which must have been taken during the Weimar era by somebody, but then the Nazis reused that photograph on multiple occasions, you know, to promote perhaps a very different story.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, keeping track of how it was used, where it appeared is important.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't throw away documents, would we? We wouldn't throw away a text simply because it didn't fit our version of history now. I mean, we'd keep it. So why would we throw away captions or explanations for photographs? That's how I would look at it.
Okay, thank you. I'm András Lénárt from the Holocaust Memorial Center, and I'm a historian. And I would ask, you said in your lecture that archives are not neutral places, but you didn't explain it. And I think you're right, but I'm curious a bit more explanation. If you
well, I mean, I think each archive has its own remit. And I think as researchers, we have to be careful when we go to various archives, how they contextualize, how the archive contextualize the photographs. Because in fact, you know, it depends. For example, when I was doing my work in early work in Poland, I'd go to local history archives and I'd find some images that now we know as being Holocaust photographs, if you like, you know, some of the quite well-known ones, but they were in the context of local Polish history. They weren't contextualized by the Holocaust or the wider occupation. They were contextualized very much in terms of local history. It's the same at the Imperial War Museum, where I found, you know, a whole stash of images that were not catalogue because they didn't fit into the remit of the Imperial War Museum, which collects, it's, you know, really, they're more interested in military issues rather than the Holocaust at that time. Now, of course, there's a Holocaust museum, so things are quite different. But at that time, you know, so we have to be careful. We have to be aware, I think, as researchers, exactly how the images are contextualized in each institute we go to, because they'll be contextualized differently. That's really what I meant. I mean, we could use that example for almost any museum I can think of, you know. I mean, images in a, you know, sort of Jewish museum archive would be contextualized differently to just in a Polish local history archive, this kind of thing. That's what I meant.
Yes, thanks. I'm Norman Domeyer from Charles University Prague, and thanks for your very fascinating talk. I'm interested in, you made this differentiation in private and public. What do you think about another category, published or ready to be published? And you gave a nice example of the photo from Warsaw, which circulated even into wartime. How would you explain that most Holocaust researchers or people looking at visual source material like photos or films have neglected news photos, photos from news agencies so much, because circulation did not only go on through the whole war, but it even increased, got professionalized, globalized, and thousands of news photos circulated through the war, actually, and were used in, as you have shown, in completely different contexts and with different captions and different propaganda strategies, and sometimes faked, sometimes not faked. So how would you explain that, especially against the background that we have a lot of tons of digitized material now? You just have to go through the daily press, the weekly press, special interest press. How come that those photos that were really published, or at least meant to be published, have been neglected?
You mean neglected by us? Oh,
yes.
now.
Yeah, well, yeah. By photo historians.
People need to do their research if they find an image. You know, I think what happens is that, you know, something's published and then somebody just copies it and takes it as given. This is correct, you know, and then somebody else comes along and they republish the same image. This is obviously what happened with the 2 Jews in the siege of Warsaw. I mean, we see the Nazi version, if you like, of that image now, often. I think it's changing slightly. But I think it's a matter of, you know, we're all responsible to go back to sources and actually find out, where does this image come from? Is this the correct version? And I think, Stephen, your point about keeping captions, you know, in archives would help that process. And then we can see, you know, what stages, how these images have been used, has it been cropped, is it still cropped? These kind of questions. I don't think there's an easy answer to that, just that we must all be responsible and really do research and not just take it for granted that the image we see in a book is correct, i.e., you know, correct in the sense that how it was taken originally. Does that answer your question? Or
Yeah, well, partly. No, if I just may add that,
yeah.
I'm pretty new to this field, you know, the photo history, but it's a bit amazing for me to see how many researchers are almost obsessed by finding private things, you know, things that were hidden for 70, 80 years somewhere, you know, in a suitcase of either a perpetrator or a private family or so. But those photos published at that time and then forgotten, there I see this neglect, you know, things that were already known at that time and were not even talked about anymore, sometimes after 45, you know. Illustrated London News is one example out of many publications during the wartime, with thousands of photos and photo strategies, photo policies, political interventions, and so on and so forth. A whole complex of doing politics through photography.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, it is complex, and so I think you'd have to tell me what kind of images you're thinking of, you know, that have been hidden for a long time, because maybe, you know, maybe they didn't fit. As I used an example of the, you know, the little boys playing at being Judenrat policemen, maybe they didn't fit with the history that we expect to see. And I think, you know, as I said, the politics, ideology, the idea of the iconic image, these things have to be taken into account, you know, and where we are now politically, because as we see, interpretations have changed over the years since the war. I'm not sure about this term public and private either. I think it's quite problematic to use public and private. We tend to, you know, I don't know whether you wanted to raise that as a point, but I think we use, I mean, private pictures we use as for German soldiers' pictures, for example, but we also use the term private pictures for people who took pictures clandestinely, you know, at the risk of their lives. So it's a kind of curious term to use, private pictures, in a way, as well. So, you know, whether pictures are not necessarily private anyway. We take pictures to be seen. You know, nobody really takes pictures. People hide pictures, but then that's a whole other story. You know, many German soldiers hid pictures when they'd taken them, you know, in the ghettos or Warsaw Ghetto, wherever, but they kept them. This is the important thing. So I think, you know, we could reassess, maybe we can discuss these terms, private and public, as well.
Hi,
Hi.
My name is Harco Gijsbers from NIOD, Amsterdam.
Hi.
Thank you very much for your reflection and interpretations. I'm an archivist, so I've learned a valuable lesson today already. If a caption changes due to research, we also change the caption with our photographs, and we don't keep the original captions. So that's something I need to look at, maybe see, find a place to keep the original caption, or the caption that was with the photograph when we made that caption. And another thing I wanted to say is, as an archivist, we are also researchers. So it's a two-way round. We don't invent captions, but we read books made by researchers, and then we write down the caption. So it's always a two-way.
Sure, yeah,
two-way
yeah, I
round.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Was there a question there?
No,
Did you-
no,
you're
no.
just, sorry.
Not
Okay.
really. Maybe what do you think of that as a researcher? How can we learn from each other? As you write down captions from photographs in your book, and when I read the book, I might be copying the text you write as a caption in my photo database, for instance.
I think just, I mean, I said this already, really, just to be, to research as much as possible into an image. I mean, the image, the first image I showed, the Jews on the, not Jews, excuse me, on the edge of the death pit, Szlatin, 1943. I don't know where that came from. It's in the Polish archive, but I don't know where it came from. So I wouldn't necessarily put that. I'd use it with the caption because that's how it is. It's in the archive in that way. But I wouldn't necessarily repeat that and say, this was definitely taken in Szlatin in 1943. I really don't know. I can't. I have no other proof. I have no. So in a sense, you can say, this is how it appeared in this archive, but that image appears in dozens of archives, and it's always taken in a different place. I mean, that image is hugely problematic. And the people in the picture are sometimes called Jews and Poles and Latvians. The identity is completely unknown as well. So I think we just have to do as much research as we can. And that just means, some hard work, actually, just looking and not just taking. I mean, there's so much on the internet now where you can just look and have a caption and, and I come across a lot of students who are doing most of their research online, which, I find quite extraordinary in a way, but we need to go back to archives, and then the archivist needs to go back to as far back as possible to find out, the origins. With many images, it's not possible, but I think we just have to be careful, not to just take as fact the captions that appear.
But just keep all the captions you can find.
I think so. I think so. I mean, that would be. I don't know what other people think about that, but I think so. It seems because, as I said, we don't throw documents away. We don't start chucking documents in the bin because they don't fit with our version of history anymore. So why captions? It doesn't make sense to me.
I threw them away. Sorry.
Can I ask also? I'm René, also from NIOD Amsterdam.
Yes.
I'm an image researcher. I think what is happening now at the moment with all these image banks, that for many institutes the process is very important. When you want to scan 100,000 photos, that's great. You can find money for it. But the moment you want to make captions, there's always the same story. How many time will it take? And that's very important. But at a certain moment, there are no researchers like you anymore in the future. And then who is making the captures now for those image banks? And there, I think that's the problem at the moment, because many people are working on it, but without knowledge. You understand what I mean?
Are you talking about image banks online or just generally?
Yeah, all those image banks.
Yeah.
And when you see all the information, the different information on photos at the moment from the same photos. So we had an EHRI conference in 2011 in Amsterdam. And then our proposal was to make one image bank, a Holocaust image bank, because you see different captions also in Washington or in Imperial War Museum or in NIOD. And what must people trust at a certain moment? What is the real story behind the photo? And that will, I think that will happen in the near future now.
Well, then it's up to us, isn't it, to try and keep the, keep the captions
that's what I tell.
and try and trace
even
the captions.
in our institute,
Yeah.
it's easy to get, everybody's happy when you say, we want to scan 100,000 new photos. That's great, that's even a little bit sexy. But then it starts when you want to talk at the metadata and the captions. Oh my God, how much work is that?
But then don't put the
it's possible
captions.
to do it faster.
But why do you want to do it fast? Don't put the images up. If you don't have a context, don't
No,
put
but
the
that's
images
what's happening at the moment. There's many image banks with thousands of photos, but no captions on it.
Yeah, I know, I understand,
Yeah.
but I just think that
And even and with the Holocaust is very important. I've always the feeling, okay, with the military, okay, but those, yeah, I'm honest in that. But with those Holocaust photos, it is so important to do that.
But yeah, of course it's important for the Holocaust, but it's important anyway with images, I think, you know,
Yeah.
because we can change the
but we have
context of images.
Hundreds of thousands of photos from the Eastern Front, and then okay, but every photo from the Holocaust is so important. Just let's do that.
Then I
in
don't
this-
know.
in
I mean,
this
all I can
spare
say is
time.
it's up to us to, you know, just not to put up images if we don't know what they are, you know.
No, but that's what's happening at the moment.
I know,
Real,
but I
there's all
don't,
those image banks.
I don't really have a solution to that.
No,
Only to
for-
try and,
For someone who wants to use those photos, very, very difficult. Which caption must I believe then? And even those important institutes like Holocaust Memorial Museum, and they must have the same caption. I think that's important for us to deal with that.
maybe, can I just say one thing? I think one thing to say is this is not a solution, but to say that I think, you know, it's important to, rather than just look at the captions and think, oh, you know, I don't know what's going on here, what to use, is to really look at the captions and think, you know, this is, as said before, this is the history of the photograph as it's been used. So when I look at the pictures, you know, of the two Jews in Warsaw digging, then it's quite interesting to look at to trace the different variations, because it tells me quite a lot about photography. So it tells me, we don't, you know, we've sort of lost this today, just how important photography was. You know, that in fact, everybody was taking the same images and using them for their own propaganda purposes. It wasn't just by chance. It was people put their absolute trust in pictures, in the belief in pictures. You know, this is a different period. Now we're very blasé about images and digitalization and so on. But in that time, it's quite a different period in the history of photography. This is really another subject almost, but, you know, so we have to sort of try and place ourselves in that period and understand how important the images were. And so then we can start to see how the different captions become more interesting and they become part of the history that we can learn from, I think. Does that make sense? It's not a solution to what you're saying, but I think all we can do is really try and do more and more research on pictures and do as much as we can if we know the correct caption, you know, to try and promote that. It's a difficult task for sure. But
Janina, you've
okay.
enlightened us a lot. We are inspired. Thank you so much. Let's
Thank
give
you.
her a
Thanks very
wonderful
much.
and deserved applause.
Thank you.
Of course, no surprise that we went a little bit far than scheduled, because it was seriously a very thought-provoking lecture, and I'm sure we will continue behind the scenes. But now we have to start our first panel entitled Traditions and Narratives, and I think after a strong start we will have also a very strong and fascinating continuation, because already the first presentation by our colleague Maaty Frenkelzon from the Yad Vashem archives will touch upon a topic which is a hitherto understudied aspect of Holocaust photography, namely Soviet photography on the Eastern Front. So please, Maaty, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. First of all, I want to apologize for my English. It's not so good. I will try to make it that you will understand it. I'm working at the Yad Vashem Photo Archive, but I'm also writing my PhD in Tel Aviv University about Russian Soviet Revolution. So I want to connect it, the Soviet ideology attitude to the world, to photographs what was made in Soviet Union during the war, because it is important way to understand those photographs through Soviet ideologically attitude to the world. So I will do a brief introduction to Soviet ideology. Sorry for that, but it's important to, in order to understand those photographs. So the Soviet project, I see more correct to call it, was a project about changing the language. The main medium in which Soviet politics use was the medium of the language. As all the debate in the 20s and the 30s in Soviet Union was debate about language, how to express the world, because according to Marxist attitude, the consciousness is a part of a being of a person in a world. So if to change the being of the person, it will change its consciousness. So in order to change its being, it needs to be changed his language. And part of this discourse was part about the photograph, because photograph is also a language. It's just a visual language, but it is a language. The popular attitude to art in the 20s was avant-garde, but art is not a correct name of this attitude, because they didn't look at themselves as artists. They look at themselves as scientists which want to change the world. Art should not represent the world, art should change the world. And they arguing between themselves how to change this world. For example, if mathematicians, when they're arguing about a formula, they're not arguing about if this formula representing the world or not, if it represents the feeling of this mathematician. They're arguing about if this formula is correct. So that was the argument in the Soviet Union, if the way of representation the world is correct. The price was high, the price was human lives, but that was the argument. This is examples of Soviet avant-garde photographs from the 20s. See, they were all the time searching for new angles, how they can represent the world in order to construct a new Soviet person, because a new Soviet person should look at the world differently, because before that he was in different social class. Now in the Soviet project, it's a new social class, and the person should look differently at the world. That was the argument of the avant-garde attitude in the 20s. One of the most popular was, for example, photomontage, the use of different photos in order to construct one photo. What does it mean to the person who sees it? That this photo can be reconstructed. You can change the photographs and you will see the world differently. It was very popular, for example, in Soviet movies. This is shots from the Eisenstein movie Battleship Potemkin, when he used a lot of montage. Why did he use a lot of montage? To show to the person who going to see his movie that all the reality is that he see is just a different type of angles, and these angles can be changed all the time. Eisenstein wrote by himself that what he wants is that a person will go to the movie and see his movie, and then after he finished seeing his movie, he will go out from the theater as a person with a different consciousness. They want to change with that the consciousness of the Soviet people. In the 30s, it was the arguments. It went, of course, hand in hand with the changes in the political structure, the rise of Stalin. But Stalin is not important as a person. Stalin is just a representation of an attitude. Socialism appear. Socialism today is it's popular to do it as some negative part of avant-garde, but socialism is mainly a logical continuation of this avant-garde experience. Because what do we see in realism? It's not the representation of the world. It's the representation of the world how it should be seen by the Soviet persons, by the Soviet citizens. So when they are drawing the realism, realistic paintings or photographs of movies, they are not showing the world as it is. It is showing the world as this person should see it. Because from the 30s, the absolute truth is belong to the party. And if a Soviet person does not understand the absolute truth, it's his problem. He should change himself. In other way, he is working against the party. In some paradox way, Socrealism made what avant-garde wanted to do, because avant-garde artists didn't want to be present in the museums. Today, if you go to the museums, you will meet a lot of avant-garde works, which is totally different. This is totally absurd for avant-garde artists, because they didn't want their works to be in a museum. Museum, it's a cemetery. So, but you will not find much Socrealism today in museums, because it's considered an irrelevant art. In this paradox way, Socrealism today is continuing the attitude of the avant-garde of the 20s. This, for example, also this painting from 39 or 38. But you see, Stalin is just a representation of Stalin. This is Stalin and Voroshilov. Stalin here is higher than Voroshilov. In real life, Voroshilov was higher. But they are traveling in Moscow, because it's not here to the citizens. What is important in this picture is not to see the reality. Stalin and Voroshilov wasn't walking on the streets on Moscow just like that. But the citizens should understand that the reality is that Stalin and Voroshilov are walking in the streets in Moscow. After this little introduction, I referring now to the photographs, because it is an important part of how photographs was done in Soviet Union from the war. This photograph was done by Evgeny Khaldei, a Soviet photographer, Jewish Soviet photographer, at the day of the beginning of the war. He was working in his office, and he stopped because Molotov was announcing the beginning of the Second World, the Great Patriotic War, to the Soviet citizens, and he did a photo of them. This photo didn't arrive to Soviet newspapers. Why? Because it did not represent the ideological point of this moment. In this photo, we see, first of all, different expressions on the faces of the people, which wasn't right according to the Soviet ideological for that moment. And this is important. The ideological is all the time changing. Kremlin, you see the Kremlin at the end of the street as the center symbol of this photograph, but also Kremlin in those times does not represent the Soviet ideologically, because still at the beginning of the war is against different social classes. It's not against different nationality. This photo appears in the newspapers because they represent much more accurate the truth according to the party, because you see workers with the same expression on their faces, and behind them you will see factories or some buildings or some construction, because that's what unites them. The Kremlin in those points does not unite them, because it's a national attitude. What unites them is their social class. But the Soviets had to change their attitude to wars against different nationality. And for example, this poster, it's written, "Father kill a German." This couldn't be before 41, because father couldn't kill a German. He should be killing some bourgeois or some Trotskys. He wouldn't go to kill Germans, because Germans is a ideological construct. But the Soviets had to change it in order to fight the war, because they decided it will be much more effective way of attitude. When Soviet soldiers began to arrive to places where liberated, and Janina mentioned about photo of liberation, but photo of liberation is 41 already. It's not 45. We have Soviet photograph of liberation. What we consider now liberation as a photograph that was done by 44, 45 is a historiographic problematic of our time. It's not the first liberation photo is end 41, beginning of 42, and the Soviet people had to invent a new language how to represent those photographs. One of the greatest inventions of this language was Ilya Ehrenburg, as a Soviet writer. And we see from letters that Soviet Jewish soldiers sent to him that they asked him to invent a language in which they can represent what they see, because what they found a pit with a lot of killed people, and they didn't have a language how to express it. And we have give some example. For example, a letter from a military doctor, Boris Salmonovich Eisenberg, who writes to Ehrenburg. He explains that he arrives to some places where he finds a lot of dead Jews, and he's saying that he attached some documents. These documents are objective; they speak for themselves. Why they speak for themselves? Because he cannot speak by himself. He don't have a language how to express what he see. Then he continued, neither the leadership nor the journalists warned us about the brutality of the Germans. Unable to explain what he sees, Eisenberg summarized the correspondence with a photograph of a killing pit of local Jews. And this we can find in a lot of letters that was said to Ehrenburg, that people are touching photographs. This is a little bit contradict to the popular assumption that Soviet soldiers did not photograph by themselves. They did. It's a good question, where are most of these photos, but they did photograph places of atrocity or for mass killing places. It was not all done by official journalism. As another example, another letter from another Soviet Jewish soldier, you have no right to remain silent. You must, he continued, you must write it. In the articles, we look for everything we want to know. They did, again, he didn't have languages by themselves. They tried to adopt some language from their leadership, because the leadership, that is one who holds the truth about the reality. So they were referring to the leadership to receive this language in order to express what they see in the places that they liberated. If I were able to tell or write to you as far as my development and vocabulary allows what I experienced, another soldier said, writing to Ehrenburg. Again, don't have a language, ask Ehrenburg to create a language. And Ehrenburg create a language. For example, he created a language about that Soviet citizen, a good Soviet citizen should kill a German. And a good Soviet Germans in Soviet press, with much help of Ehrenburg, appeared as animals, barbarian and animals. And this is the first, one of the first liberation photographs. It was written, fascinating book by David Schneer about this book, about these photographs a few years ago, Grief. But this is a good example, because we have a lot of photographs of this kind. This is a photograph from Kerch from the beginning of 42. This is a liberation photo. And in popular imagination, liberation photos look like that. But both of them are liberation photos. The difference of them is, I think the most important difference of them is, first of all, the liberation photo of the Soviet Union is happening in an open field. It's not in a modern, against the, for example, the book of Zygmunt Bauman, Holocaust and Modernity. This is not modernity. This is an attack of animals or barbarians on citizens, mass killing, and the animals disappear in an open field. We don't see here no Germans, we don't see here modernity, we don't see here technology. The representation of the Holocaust in Soviet Union is archaic, it's not technology. It's not connected to technology of the Germans. Another very important point is the grief of the persons. The persons who liberated camps in 45 didn't know who they found it. Who they found it. It's just a lot of bodies with no identification. Soviet citizens were killed near their home. People went out and found their relatives there, and this is very important to the viewers, because when you look at that photograph, you cannot really connect to that photograph. It's in Israel we have a popular term that's called that Holocaust happened in another planet. This is another planet. This is not another plan. This is something that a Soviet citizen can understand by himself, because he can feel the grief about a dead relatives, a son, a father, or something like that. It's very hard to feel real grief to those photographs, because it's something that a person cannot imagine by himself. And that is very important to the way today Holocaust is being represented. Most of the museums, when you reach to the liberation photos, will show those photographs and not those, but both of them are photo of liberation. The context is different, and this is very important document from 43, my clumsy translation of it, that was given to Soviet cameramen and photographs, how they should photograph what they find. And what is important here is that they should not photograph the reality. They should photograph what is ideologically right for that moment. They should search for this and photograph this. What is important to the Communist Party leadership. The most terrible, the most difficult without adjusting to the requirements of the aesthetic. No other artist should guide the cameraman when filming these materials. So it's a expression of what should be photographed, because photograph is ideological tools. It does not represent the reality. The reality cannot be represented objectively according to communist attitude at all. So they need a guide how and what to photograph. And the end of the document is also very interesting. This is far from a phenomenon that cameramen. No, this is just a second. Yeah, with the shape eye for the cameraman and the correct orientation life will lead him to a number of new and better topics. The cameraman should think by himself what is right from a ideological point of view, not from what's right from what he sees. What should guide him is the total truth of the party and of Soviet ideologically. So I think from this point of view, Soviet Holocaust photographs should be written by us, not as a representation of the reality, but as a representation of ideological needs at the correct moment of the Soviet party. I just want to show one last photo. This is photo. I know, did someone saw it? Did someone see it? No. Okay. It was found. It was published end of 41. It was taken from a body of a dead German soldier, and it's written about Warsaw ghetto. It was already published there by the. It wasn't published in newspapers yet, but it was published in the entire Communist Party ideological apparatus. And I think I'm running out of time, so I will show just last thing. It does not connect to what I spoke until now, but I think it is important in this conference. These photographs I created this morning. Today we have the ability to create photographs just by writing a title, and in a few minutes a photograph will be created by the computer. So I think a question about, I just wrote Lviv 41 Jews pogrom, and it created to me photographs that are very similar to the real photographs from the 41 album, from the photographs from Lviv 41, what you spoke at the end of the lectures, of your lecture. This technologically appeared a few months ago, and I think we will have to meet it shortly, because it's very easy now to create photographs from the Holocaust which looks like photographs from the Holocaust. And you don't need to have Photoshop. You just enter into the website, writing what you want, and you create much more better photographs, much more accurate photographs that people can claim that's what created during the Holocaust. So 20 minutes. Thank you.
questions now, or are we having them at the end? Yeah.
So thank you for the excellent and also thought-provoking presentation. Questions, comments?
It's Steve Luckert again. Sorry. I have a question for you. You talked about liberation photos starting in 1941 and the use of people in the frame to show grief and pain and suffering. And I was just wondering, it reminds me of something that the Nazis did, Nazi propagandists, in the summer of 1941, when they uncovered Soviet NKVD atrocities in Lvov and Riga. And they had these scenes, and it tells, they create these moral stories. It's a morality story. You show a crime, so you should take the bodies from the prison. You show these grieving people identifying relatives, which is similar to what the Soviets did. And then, of course, you hold out the threat of punishment. Usually Jews are identified as the perpetrators of that crime. So it's used to kind of incite hatred against Jews and see them as murderers, victims. And I'm wondering, did any of this shape Soviet attitudes towards framing it where you have family, relatives, or friends at those grave sites? Was there any, were they following how the Nazis were using propaganda successfully?
I didn't see any documents that say that directly, but I think the similarity between Nazi propaganda and Soviet propaganda are very clear. I forgot to say one more thing, the idea of revenge, which was very important in Soviet Union, but revenge is something that can be done only by people, by human. Animals does not revenge. Animals are not going to kill someone just for revenge. Most of the animals, it's very human attitude to the world to do revenge, and they used it a lot in their propaganda. That revenge to the murders of the Germans. I don't think. I'm not especially in German propaganda. I don't think Germans use much the word revenge against Jews.
Well, they would say reprisals against Jews, because the notion is that Jews committed those crimes and they have to pay for it. And so often you see in letters, for instance, that SS officers will say, we did this, we shot these Jews in reprisal for Soviet crimes against Ukrainians, ethnic Germans, etc. So it becomes a way to morally justify that action, that what you're doing is actually carrying out justice against people that have committed a crime. And so in some ways it's similar, but it's to whip up emotions and play upon feelings of, if one will, justice. In the Nazi case, a very perverted sense of justice.
Thanks for the explanation of the Soviet ideology behind photography. My question is, I've looked at several thousand news photos from Nazi Germany, and I've only come across one faked photo, one classical retouche. So what is your experience? Can we really call this, even if they published photos from the American states or Britain, AP photos, for instance, they only changed the text, the captions, to give it a new context, a new propaganda message and so on, but then hardly ever changed the photo itself. So would you say this was really a Soviet specialty to work a lot with what we call now faking?
That's the main point. We call it today fake. For Soviet attitude, it wasn't fake. The reality that you represent is not exist. It's a construction of your social existence. So there's can be fake or not fake. All the reality is fake because you are just from your social point of view. that's the way why Soviet didn't have problems with changing photographs, because they're changing photographs according to the highest truths of the Soviet ideologically. And if it if it's close to the ideologically, it's okay to change photographs because it represents the great idea.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Do we have to take into consideration the images that you call the liberation pictures taken in the Soviet Union? Do we have to take into consideration the historical circumstances, meaning, you know, that there weren't concentration camps as there were in Germany, for example, for the liberation? You contrasted the two images. And these images were taken by professional Soviet photographers, mainly. So do we have to consider that as well in the equation, that in fact these weren't just, you know, taken, they weren't amateur snapshots, these were actually professional pictures, the ones taken at Kerch you showed, some...
Yes, but as I gave an example from Ehrenburg, from letters to Ehrenburg, not only professional photographers did such photographs. They're writing that sending these photographs to Ehrenburg. It's hard to, we have in Yad Vashem the archive of Ehrenburg. There are no much photographs there, and I didn't find any photo that is mentioned in these letters. We do have the archive of the Soviet Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee. And there we have a lot of photos, but it's hard to identify who is the creator. Not all of them, we have the name of the creator or even such any context. So, and probably because there's a lot of photographs, not all of them was done by Soviet professional photographers. So we do have photographs of Soviet amateur photographers, and they pretty look the same as any other photo. They're not much different in the way Soviet photographers did a photo.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I appreciate the observations you've made about the specificity of photography within the Soviet context. It resonates with broader statements about the relationship between truth and education. So that propaganda is not necessarily a bad thing, that show trials are not necessarily a bad thing within the Soviet context because you're trying to change people. But within the specific context of wartime propaganda, the image that you show us, Papa Kill a German, is not, for me, at all dissimilar from some of the propaganda that you would see coming out of the US or the British context. So within this specific setting, I'm wondering which elements of Soviet propaganda and Soviet photography you can identify as unique or specific to the Soviet context as opposed to wartime propaganda of belligerents more broadly?
The statement of Soviet semiotic researcher Yuri Lotman, that the history of a book is not just the history of the writer and of the book, it's also the history of the reader. And it's much more important to see what the readers, when they saw this kind of Soviet propaganda, how they read it, how they saw it. Maybe they took some elements from American, Western propaganda, Nazi propaganda. It doesn't matter for this context. What is important and in what context this photographs, this kind of photographs or propagandas posters appears, and what the viewers of these photographs or posters should understand from it. I think that's when you that was what avant-garde was doing. When you're changing taking one frame from one connection and put it in another connection, it changed not only also the way you look at this frame, it changed the way you look at this photograph. So if Soviet citizens will see the same poster or photograph in a Western press, he will read it differently from the way he will read it in a Soviet newspaper. I don't understand. I'm not sure I answered to your question, but I think it's much more important to look at the way it was as an assumption by the Soviet people and not where the photograph itself was created.
But do you think that there's something specific about the manipulation of images and the manipulation of truth within the Soviet context during the war that you won't see in other belligerent countries?
I'm not a researcher of as a country, but I think this way that the highest truth it's not objective truth, it belongs to a party in which Stalin represented, or the party represented, or Ehrenburg represented, but that's just a representation of the truth. It does not exist in any other form or any other ideological forms.
I just got a brief comment, Christoph. And the brief comment is that I really like the idea that even though photos were taken as evidence, you made the point that the photos are in a way substitutes to as yet missing language. So, you know, you could say it was horrible and the it is unclear. The it is represented then by the picture. And it kind of, you know, then you don't have to talk what it is all about, which relates to the fact that like the term Holocaust comes up a lot later and all that, you know. So it is just represented by this slippery object. And I like the idea.
I have a question. Agata Jankowska, I'm from Poland. And my question is, because you were talking about the ideology, the Soviet ideology in these photographs. And I also work with the Soviet photographs from Majdanek concentration camp. And maybe did you take into consideration that these photographs are mostly the evidence of crime?
Oh.
Something like a forensic photograph. So that's my question.
One of the I don't remember if that appears in that document that I show. They do use the term to use these photographs in as accusation of Germans in their crimes, but this is just a little part of the main idea. The main idea was to create to represent the Soviet citizens, because for whom was they photographing this? They were photographing these two Soviet citizens. They were writing on the back in Majdanek either. They were writing on the back in Russian to explain to Soviet citizens what do they see. That is very important also point. That's you also the Soviets work with it a lot. That every photo should have a capture, not to leave it to the citizen itself to understand what is there. It's dangerous. It's much more important to explain to him what he see. And of course, a crime, it's a part of, but the Soviet citizen is not really interested in going to a court. He now need to go to kill German, not to go to a court. So it's much more important for him, I think.
Can I just ask, don't you think that all protagonists did the same? The Germans, British, Americans, all had captions and all had
of course, yeah. This is but a lot of photographs from liberation didn't have captures from Allies liberation of the camps. They didn't write on it. A lot of photographs we have with no caption, and that's the reason that they reproduce these photographs in big numbers without explanation, because they thought we don't need to explain it. That's the reason we have a lot of photographs from the liberation of the camps without any caption, without any explanation.
So I'm afraid we have to stop here. I'm sorry. So really, because we are running out of time, and I have to take back the microphone. I'm really sorry. I understand, and I also have a temptation to mention the issue of Yevgeny Haidai's famous photographs in Budapest ghetto, which has nothing to do with the narrative, how they attach to them, but we don't have time for that, unfortunately. So please keep your questions for the coffee break, or perhaps the discussion later on. And now we must continue. And I would like to present my friend and colleague András Lénárt, historian from the Holocaust Memorial Center, and he will present on a topic on which actually we are working together. So I'm especially, interested and involved, and it will be on the topic of a very specific chapter of the Holocaust in Hungary, the military labor service. András, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that I will run out of time, but I try to not to do that. And I have a technical issue that I prepared for this conference with two separate PowerPoint. One is PowerPoint presentation. One is this one with normal slides, and the other one is I wanted to do a slideshow, but I forgot it, and now I have to do it manually. If somebody wants to do that while I'm reading my text, maybe it could be a help for me. Okay. Yeah. So in this presentation, I will talk about the specific issue of the visual representation of the Holocaust. So I will not give a comprehensive overview of the photographs taken during the period of forced labor in Hungary, nor will I tell the story of the family in the photographs I am presenting in the slideshow. Instead, I will approach the subject from the point of view of the tradition and conventions of family photo albums. In this sense, it is in keeping with the title of the panel. This time, I'm not interested in the individual photos, nor in the fate of the people in them and the circumstances in which they were taken, but in the compilation and editing of the album, its role in the family and the context of the Holocaust. So please, the second slide. But first of all, I will outline the most necessary historical and conceptual background. In 1939, a law was passed in Hungary under which men of compulsory military age could be ordered to serve without arms. The law was subsequently clarified and supplemented in a number of cases. In practice, it was used to employ, segregate, and discipline people who were considered politically disloyal, members of persecuted churches, ethnic minorities, and above all, Jewish people. Forced laborers were required to perform physical labor for a fixed period of time, away from their original skilled work and place of residence. In the meantime, the social situation of the Jews in Hungary deteriorated steadily after 1938, and they were gradually deprived of rights and exploited more and more freely. Yeah, thank you. In the summer of 1940, 60 worker squadrons were set up and 40 more were planned. Tensions with Romania were rising in parallel with the organization, as Hungary was preparing to redress the reclamation of Transylvania. Battalions of field workers were also deployed to the newly occupied territories, mainly in the Carpathians, northern Transylvania, for hard physical labor. The pictures in the album, from which I'm now starting a slideshow, well, it is a separate PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Sorry for this. Were taken partly here in Transylvania in the autumn and early winter of 1940, partly in the farmlands of the Great Plain in the middle of the country. With Hungary entering the war and its participation in the invasion of the Soviet Union, the use of labor servants increased, while at the same time their working and living conditions worsened. In Ukraine, they lived in extremely harsh conditions. In addition to hard physical work, road building, deforestation, building fortifications. Oh, where are the pictures? Yeah, okay, thanks. Well, I will skip randomly. So I think this is it. Okay. Discipline exercises by officers and soldiers, often having to perform pointless gymnastic exercises or endure standing in cold water. They suffered a great deal from the cold and lacked access to proper medical care. Food was often withheld on various pretexts. Very briefly, approximately 50,000 people, about 10% of the Hungarian Holocaust victims, died during labor service. The relatively large number of photos taken during the service, a few thousand, is due to the fact that in the early days, middle-class amateur photographers could take their cameras with them and take photos legally. If you were lucky, you could take hundreds of shots at a time. It is not known how much freedom or caution they had. Most of the surviving photos are of a serene or neutral mood. Our protagonist, you can see him later in a picture, sitting at his desk at home and arranging the documents from 4 months spent at labor service, was a 32-year-old physician of a sanatorium, Dr. András Lénárt. He was drafted into labor service at the beginning of September 1940. He prepared for the coming challenges of labor service with clothing and food, and also took with him his camera and 3 empty notebooks to be used as a diary. Dr. Lénárt kept writing his diary on a daily basis, describing his thoughts, observations, and experiences. The last entries are from the 18th December 1940. So going through the album, the mood is relatively light. Images of the morning bath, lineups, dusty courtyards of village houses, animals, a horse drinking from a trough, sitting at tables in the courtyard of a cottage house, shelling peas under the supervision of officers, who, by the way, were Jewish petty reserve officers, not yet stripped of their rank. In other pictures, we can see them doing exercises or having a break in the fields, being together with visited loved ones in the courts or on the top of hay bales. It is worth mentioning that other photos could have come from a tourist's picture album, as they registered the discovery of Orthodox Jewish life in Subcarpathian villages or prominent buildings and pleasant landscapes. The pictures are vaguely awkward, even humorous. It seems as if the subjects, mainly bourgeois professionals, suddenly jolted out of their social position, were trying to put a brave face on his new situation and pretend that it was no more than a belated Boy Scout field trip. We should take it into consideration that nobody was there by choice. It was a forced and unjustified togetherness. Seeing the mixed age group, the dirty accommodations, the images of planks being hauled for benches, the tired faces, and the lack of uniform, the signs of cold weather, we get the appropriate impression of the meaningless and the effectiveness of these activities. We like the photos that would have depicted the real violence. The main reason is that very few pictures could be taken after 1941. These are earlier. I only found 2 of this type: barbed wire outside of an imagined camp, standing on a higher point and looking down on us, and another of soldiers pointing their rifles at the photographer. Nevertheless, the photos do not at all reflect an intention to document something terrible. Rather, they can be classified as family, or to use another terminology, amateur or private photographs. I will therefore conclude my presentation with some thoughts of family photography. From the end of the 19th century onwards, the bourgeoisie began to produce large quantities of their own memories in visual form. By the end of the Second World War, the use of the camera had become widespread, and family photography had become an almost everyday activity. On the other hand, taking photos is an event in itself. The photographer amplifies the importance of the occasion, and the subjects of the photograph have learned to behave appropriately and to pose. Accordingly to the photography historian Tim Stahl, these photographs are characterized by 3 dominant themes. One, they photograph people with whom they have a personal relationship. Secondly, they capture objects of particular interest to them, mainly related to their leisure activities. And thirdly, they capture situations that are not usual, that are part of or highlights of a free time activity program. It may be noted that the photographs depicting the forced labor service are paradoxically related to the type of the leisure program, family photograph. Originally, family pictures were used to create and reinforce individual and family identity as a means of showing their own family unity. Analysts who describe the family as a closed system have argued that although the photographs obviously have a specific meaning for family members, the images can also take on meaning and interpretation outside of closed communities, as this is the essence of collection and museum practice. They are preserved, the photos, for 2 or 3 generations, or the album, sorry, as long as most of the people in pictures are known to their living relatives, because it ensures the preservation and symbolic order of the past, in the words of Sandra Starke. And being a relatively small object serves well as a tangible manifestation of the continuity of generations when flicking through the book with pictures. Finally, agreeing with the statement of aesthete András Lénárt, the contemplation of the images is partly communicative, a conversation about the images and the past, partly pure fun and aesthetic pleasure, without the need of interpretation. Looking at the forced labor service albums, we can make a few observations. It is striking that the photographs taken during the service fit well into a tradition of civilian self-identity and private memory. Living in units far from home is a particular situation that encourages the taking of photos, sometimes even amateur photos, and the presentation of them later. The series of events of the labor service narrated in the albums is embedded in everyday life precisely because of the familiar format of the album. The conditions, not yet brutal, but still close to humiliation, are tamed by the act of taking photographs and by the editing of the images into albums. However, later viewers of the images, especially researchers of the Holocaust, may perceive that through these albums, the visual imprint of the persecution of the Jews seeped into the normal lives of families. These photos could not tell much about the persecution to contemporaries who at the time were not aware of the suffering the photographers had gone through. Of course not, because their thought patterns made it impossible to recognize it. They knew that something bad was going on, but they wanted to express the beautiful, the kind, the humorous. They probably needed to do so in order to maintain their own integrity, their civic ethos. Photos taken by victims represent ambiguity and the endeavor to be seen as members of the society. What Petra Bopp has done in her analysis of war photos of German soldiers and the SS seems to apply here too. So the photos were not how the war was seen, how the war was seen, not how it was. Only here it is not official propaganda that falsified the facts, but a personal preference to paint a sunnier, brighter picture for private consumption. These are images taken by victims who portrayed events from a non-victim's perspective. At this point, they could not fulfill their role of victim, or they pretended not to be victims. They didn't want to document atrocities and humiliations to draw the world's attention, but rather to take photos of situation and highlights that they were interesting and out of the ordinary. Photographing exotic landscapes and subjects and the detailed depiction of their own life or living environment are also to be found in significant proportions in the private photo albums of the soldiers of the occupying army and in the albums of the perpetrators. It could be said that the images of perpetrators and victims are more alike than different due to the prevailing and widespread photographic habits even in extreme circumstances such as the front or a camp life. Their antagonistic role does not override their image-making habits and traditions. The choice of subjects, everyday life in the camps, the notable buildings, the ethnographic interest, the beautiful landscape, the funny or humorous settings can be found in a good number of albums by both sides, oppressive soldiers and middle-class forced laborers. This can be considered as imitated and interiorized patterns of taking photos. Indeed, furthermore, there is also some similarity in Eastern European Jewish representation. Of course, the Wehrmacht soldiers were looking for the clichés of Nazi propaganda, and their descriptions use the corresponding terms, but the assimilated Jewish people in Hungary also treated the Orthodox Jews, who were living in poor conditions in the Carpathians and were still maintaining their archaic customs, with a palpable aversion and contempt. It may be noted that the attitude of the assimilated Jews of Budapest was so inflexible that even in 1944 they could not imagine that they would meet the same fate as others in Europe. In this respect, their photo collections are very similar to the family albums of amateur photograph series taken by Wehrmacht soldiers occupying Europe. Moreover, both groups being typically amateur photographers, they portrayed their subjects realistically, that is in a documentary style, with only a few artistic compositions. Moreover, both groups typically there was also some difference. Photos of atrocities were, of course, only possible among the photos of soldiers, not among the photos of Jews. Forced labor photography is not typically a story of suffering, although there are some eerie photos taken in the code, while Jürgen Matthäus states the German soldiers highlighted the suffering, for example, graves and cemeteries, even before the defeat of Stalingrad. Okay, we can change now to presentations. So I'm concluding now. If neither the choice of subject matter nor the self-definition of the victims, we are not victims, but citizens looking at our photographs in our homes, nor the way the images are presented, do not seem to be documents directly related to the Holocaust, then one may ask what justifies the classification of these images as Holocaust photographs. In my opinion, there are several considerations. One, the genocide was closed in time. Please do the fourth slide. Yeah, this one. Yeah. The genocide was closed in time and space, with the ghettoization of Poland beginning in the autumn of 1940. In Hungary, anti-Jewish laws were constantly being passed, and the process was underway. Secondly, in the later years of the war, forced labor became much tougher. As I mentioned, at around 50,000 men died because of poor care and cruelty of the officers. Even after 1941, if not large numbers, but photos were taken. It would be inconsistent, illogical, and unreasonable to interpret and categorize photo reports of the same phenomenon in two different ways. And thirdly, there was no mention of narrative sources in this lecture, but certainly the diaries and memoirs provide much darker descriptions. As I mentioned, András Lénárt, the physician, also wrote a diary, and it is true that the pictorial account is more serene than the diary entries. Of course, there is a small time difference if you think of the development of editing of the photos and especially the formulating of the captions. What might have been awful experience in person has been slightly embellished or has been given a certain distance through humor in post. We should not neglect these kind of photos when studying the photography of the Holocaust, even if they don't match our expectations. Yes, they are not visible evidence, if such a thing can be said about photos at all. So not visible evidence of violence or perpetration, but with the right narrative, they can unfold the staged process of the Holocaust, and on their own, without text, they are a vivid representation of attitudes of Jewish families at the time. And now I'm finishing with the last slide. It is one of the very last entries of the diary. You can read it alone. of his first shift is the 3.5-month shift of a forced labor service, just before going back to home, going back home. And maybe this reflects on his thoughts while doing these photos, taking these photos and writing his diaries. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry.
Thank you very much, András. Even though it was a slip back in time, but you know, I was struck by the imagery of deportation trains inside, something I'll be talking about later. So I was like, oh, so I was already getting imagery out of it. So welcome to the second panel of our today's meeting. There's a readjustment. Readjustment is that unfortunately Hedwig Thuray can't be with us today, and we have decided to put András, who couldn't give his presentation due to technical difficulty you have all witnessed, to put him into that slot. So we have got an all-male panel, I'm afraid. Sorry, I can't help it. But I think we've got an interesting panel, and it's, in a way, it's of course, it was originally designed to be just on using photographs. In a way, we were thinking in designing that conference, maybe to call it Regarding the Pain of Others. You know the title? Because that's what we'll be talking about. But hey, it's usage. We were far more kind of down to the ground and didn't want to quote any wonderful books we couldn't help but having read. So actually, we decided to keep it very short. So I just introduced Tom Haward from the UCL University College of London to you, and I'm really happy for you to be here, and I'm really curious to hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the warm welcome. And again, it's a kind of privilege, as many people have said, what a privilege to be here and hear all these wonderful people, apart from myself probably. But just to give a bit of an intro, the lens through which I'm going to talk about Holocaust photography is through the lens of education. So I work in this place, the University College London Centre for Holocaust Education, and we primarily do two things. One is work in teacher education, so teachers teaching the young people of today about the Holocaust, and trainee teachers as well. But we're also a research centre. So back in 2016, we did the world's biggest ever survey of what young people know and understand about the Holocaust. So I'll feed some of that in a little bit, some of the research that we've done, particularly looking at the lens of Holocaust photography. And it was interesting listening to Maaty's kind of presentation. One of the words he used at the beginning was talking about photography as a language. The language of photography. I find that slightly problematic in some ways. I'm not critiquing, because many people do use that word, the language, the way of communicating. But language in forms of text is linear. Photography has an immediate impact, doesn't it, in the way we understand it. And this is a group of experts in photography, Holocaust photography. So I'm kind of interested in what is it about the medium of photography that communicates in ways other than textual language as well. And maybe we'll kind of talk about those a little bit. And I'm basically in 20 minutes, I'm going to throw some stuff at you. I don't have answers, but it's kind of like questions and things to kind of consider, particularly in the field of education. I'm really sorry about the poor title as well. It was a provisional title that sounds a bit naff, and then I never got around to changing it. But it's basically, we're going to talk about the ethics of seeing. And a lot of our work is around, with young people, should they be exposed to what we call atrocity imagery? What do we mean by atrocity imagery? Or shouldn't they? And in what ways? And what's the issues around there? So this, the first image I'm going to show you comes from an album, and I'm really sorry, but I'm going to repeat, there'll be some things in here that may be repeated in the afternoon or repeated earlier today, but hopefully in a different way of seeing through the kind of lens of education, as I said. So many of you will be familiar with this kind of album of Richard Bayer and his adjutant there, that I believe was found in about 2008, and you open it up and there are photographs in it. I'm just going to show you one that kind of complicates, for me anyway, the idea of atrocity imagery, because I've read a fair amount about it, but many people using that language, that term, but what do we mean by atrocity imagery? How do we define it? And as somebody was saying earlier, it's quite a slippery concept, I suggest. So this is an image from the album. It is not showing an image of murder. It is showing an image of murderers. Is this in its own right an atrocity image? So there are, this is the SS at Auschwitz. Many of you may know this photograph or be familiar with it, having a sing-song, maybe apart from the officers at the front. So there are some renowned, some infamous SS officers there. There are people like Otto Moll, people like Joseph Mengele. They're in this kind of environment. And I find it profoundly disturbing watching this and looking at it and thinking about it, knowing, you know, the jobs that they do, and yet they live seemingly ordinary lives. Maybe it interrogates what does it mean to be kind of human anyway? What kind of what motivates us? Why do we do the things we do? So it may not be a standard atrocity image or whatever those are, but there are other things we look at that are equally maybe atrocious. Okay, so the aims of this, what we're going to focus on, or what I'm going to focus on with you in a brief period of time, is, as I said, exploring questions of whether and how students should be exposed to atrocity images of the Holocaust, and as I said earlier, sharing with you some of the research that our centre has done. And the research that we've done, so these are questions that were published along with the research I'm just sharing with you, some of the kind of considerations. And it may be in the Q&A bit, I won't have time to talk about all of these, there might be something related to your practice you might want to pick up on or kind of talk about. So one is obviously, do Holocaust images have a legitimate place in young people in their learning about the Holocaust? And I say that in terms of this notion of atrocity images. If you have 12, 13-year-old young people looking at them, how do we feel about that? How do they feel about that? Are they a vital tool in developing consciousness of the reality of the Holocaust? Should the classroom use such images? Should they be negotiated with the students? So often teachers will kind of impose images on students without their choice or their say-so. They're presented with stuff. To what extent should these things be negotiated? And obviously with students, we can extrapolate out to other people as well to an extent. How resilient are young people to seeing atrocity photographs or images? Are there strategies, pedagogically, are there strategies that can be used to help young people engaging sensitively with such images? Do young people have the right to see important archival representation as evidence of the Holocaust? So the 12, 13-year-olds have the right to view images that we've seen already say of death, hanging, shooting. If they avoid the use of Holocaust imagery, a teacher's missing an opportunity to support students. They're going to encounter this stuff. So one argument is, you can go on Google. Any young person could go on Google in 5 seconds, as you know. You can find some pretty disturbing stuff. Is it not better that it's mediated within a classroom space rather than in their own bedrooms, maybe? So these are some of the questions that our research has kind of thrown up and we've considered. And I'll just share with you a few things students have said. So just to give a bit of context, these are from focus groups. We did a big survey. There are about 9,000 secondary school students, so from years 11 to 18, in schools in England studying about the Holocaust. From that survey, we ran some focus groups, and these are some, I'll share with you just some of the things that young people say. It was interesting, some of the speakers before have talked about this notion of photography being a form of reality to people kind of encountering it, that they speak a truth to some people that maybe textual language doesn't. So if it's real enough to happen, it's real enough to view it. I think it's important for us to see it. And the majority of students we surveyed and interviewed, I say majority, just over half, said that yes, young people, we as young people should be exposed to, however we understand atrocity images. Here's another one. I think it's important to be upset about things. If you're not upset, you're not having empathy for the subject. And I think people should be upset about it, because then you know what these people have experienced and it makes you want to stop it. So some kind of call to active citizenship, of doing something, of being active in the world that we lead. And I should say these are, apologies a little bit because they're taken out of context, and I was saying that they're in focus groups, and the broad question of the focus group was just trying to find out what students think and feel about encountering atrocity images. So I should have said that at the beginning. Here's another one. So year 13, it's about 17, 18 years old. Yeah, as awful as the photos are, you see that it's almost like, okay, this is real. Look, this is it. I think people have to be seeing it before they even believe it, and then it just hits you. So this connection between seeing and believing, I think, is really interesting, and how many young people see photographs as a form of reality. Some do question it, but many don't. And maybe the last one, playing around with two ideas. So I think it can be unrespectful for young people to be shown atrocity imagery. Well, it is, but if it helps some people understand the extent of it more, then I feel that the intention is good. So it's all to do with intent. What is the purpose in educational spaces of showing students atrocity images? What's the reason? Why do it? And we kind of suggest from a lot of the interview stuff that it's really important that teachers are really clear about why they might show. Not just in a teacher PowerPoint. I'm sorry, you'll sing another PowerPoint today, but this is in textbook. So here is, I'm not saying it's a typical textbook, this is a textbook aimed at year 9, so it's about 14, 15-year-olds in England, to do with this one particularly about the Holocaust. And often in textbooks, you'll see images, atrocity images being put in with little context. So there's a caption here, photograph and execution of Romanian Jews were in 1941 by members of the SS. I suggest here there are a number of issues around this, around showing images like this. One is to do, we were saying before, about why. What is there in showing an image like this that's going to help students understand what happened, or give them a more profound understanding that they would have in other ways? Secondly, there's the idea of the ethics of seeing. So these people we're looking at in the pit have not given their written consent for their photograph to be taken and shown. And obviously in kind of Jewish faith, these bodies would have been buried as quickly as possible. Says the idea that, as a child comes into the world whole, so they leave the world whole. It's important to kind of see that. But there are problems with this. Their consent, they haven't given their consent. Maybe you'd say, well, that's impossible anyway, but does it matter? There's a duty of care for students. So many students in schools in England, and I suggest in other countries too, may have had traumatic experiences themselves. Not just obviously from the Holocaust, but just experience a sense of loss. So to share with you, about 5 years ago, my wife died quite suddenly, and anything to do with loss or death, I find sometimes quite difficult. Teachers in this country will face students with similar experiences. So we don't know what things are going to trigger with them. So there's certainly this notion of teachers having a duty of care to kind of look after their students is important. Also, as we mentioned, choices. So this is something, a textbook that is presented to students without their negotiation or their kind of say-so. Does that matter? Some people argue there's a kind of sense of a loss of innocence that students, so Mariam Hirsch talks about this, and I'll leave to a bit moment, there's a moment where they see stuff and their world changes. They hadn't known about this before, now they can see it. There's something about the process of kind of growing up and the taking of innocence there. Does that matter? And also, as a number of speakers have mentioned already, These are the majority of photographs, nearly all taken by perpetrators. So students are seeing, teachers are helping to frame that scene through the eyes of perpetrators. They're seeing it through a particular narrative, and obviously these photographs are taken for particular purposes. How do we get away from that? How do we remove ourselves from that, or think differently? Is that important as well? Just a couple of things to throw in as well. I know this was talked about in the keynote much better, more eloquently than I could, but Susan Sontag, as you were mentioning at the beginning of this, there's something about being photographed that makes it real, and a number of students that resonates with them. It's representing a form of reality that's almost they're aware of Photoshop, but in some ways this is non-negotiable. This is something, it shows it as it was, to kind of partially quote a student. Miriam Hirsch talks about this idea of rupture, that when a child encounters Holocaust imagery, there's a sense the world will never again be whole, that something has broken within them. So as educators, we have an important role to play in kind of mediating that in some way, or working with that. So I don't want to repeat stuff that's been done earlier, but maybe framing it in a slightly different way is that notion, as the photo is going to show you now, is this idea of taking it through the eyes of perpetrators. There's very little, obviously, that's taken by people that worked here, that worked at Auschwitz. So as you know, I'm sure you're all familiar, aren't you? We've seen them this morning already, some photographs taken by Sonderkommando at Auschwitz at great risk to their own lives. Do we not have a moral duty, because they took these photographs, to provide evidence of what had happened? Because obviously the Nazi intent was to annihilate all traces and evidence of Jewish life and culture from the face of the earth. So by teaching about these things, do we not have a moral responsibility to be helping fight that? It's an active work of resistance. By showing these things, we are continuing that kind of legacy. Obviously this was taken from, I think the camera was kind of like at hip level, and so some of the shots, there are only 4 or 5 photos, aren't they, from this album, are shot, and they're of trees. But you can ask students, you know, kind of, so what can you see? What does this tell us? Well, as we talked about, they're at funny angles, they're not clear, they're out of focus. What are we showing? But there are things that we can see that provide evidence. This is important evidence taken from people that were not perpetrators there, but that played different roles. So as you know, these are from the Sonderkommando there. Other forms of things that could be, is this an atrocity image? So we've done some work with an archaeologist called Caroline Sturdy-Coles from University of Staffordshire in England, who's done some non-invasive archaeological work at Treblinka, and combing the ground, things like these are found. So this is a human jawbone. Is this an atrocity image itself? And she talks a bit about, so she's written a book about some of her work at Treblinka, and she talks a bit about, as we were saying before, that bits of bone, bits of body, they're all disarticulated, are found all over this site. And there was a discussion about, in halakhic law, what should you be doing with these remains of the bodies when they're so spread out, so disparate. And decision was made to kind of bury them on site in situ in one place as the best way, the closest way, so they consulted the local rabbis to what to do with these. But again, I think it kind of throws up images about, or questions about what is, you know, when we talk about atrocity images, what are we talking about too? EHRI, so the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, have produced some guidelines. But I think there are some things in there they also don't talk about. So some of the things they talk about, for example, are the overuse of Holocaust imagery might reinforce Jewish people as a mass of people with no agency as kind of victims, and we want to get away from that narrative in education. Images have the potential to shock and traumatize and disturb young people. How do we work with that? How far can the dignity and memory of individuals in photos be assured when they're being used as a resource in the classroom, in textbook or in the PowerPoint? How do we ensure that their dignity remains? Again, I'm asking questions rather than giving answers, and I'd be really kind of intrigued useful with your expertise in the room to hear what things you might have to say about any of these. But I suggest that there are some other considerations as well. So things that aren't mentioned, we could go further, or this idea of just conditioning, that young people, when they become used to seeing atrocity images or or photographs of really disturbing stuff, they become numbed or immune to it. And what does that then mean? And that, again, as we were saying, it can replicate the image or the sort of narratives that perpetrators want to tell. So this is from, as you probably know, this is from the Red Cross photograph archive of photos taken when they visited the Jewish ghetto at Terezin. And this is, so you could look at this, or young people say in schools could look at this, and this is continuing that narrative, isn't it, of Jewish people in ghettos. Well, it wasn't that bad. Well, look, how do they feel? They're well dressed, they're happy, they're smiling. So by showing things like these, are we in a kind of education environment propagating those images? They need to be contextualized and countered with other evidence that we've had. So we need to be very mindful of that. And I think, as we were saying beginning, one of the challenges of the EHRI guidelines is that these images are already out there. So as educators, we have no control over that, but we do have control over the spaces within our classrooms. So I don't know how I'm doing for time. I've got to time it.
2 minutes.
Brilliant. Perfect, because I'm virtually there. So one of my colleagues has written about this in a book that we published on Holocaust education. So Ruth Ann Langer. I have to put it out there, I don't agree. Many of us in our centre disagree with each other. I agree with much of this. I don't necessarily always agree with Ruth Ann, but I respect what she says. And I think she makes some really important points here. One is that by preparing students beforehand, that we can exhibit or demonstrate a duty of care towards our students rather than them seeing things cold for the first time. It's how these things are contextualized. Secondly, giving young people some form of autonomy, she says, might be a good idea. Rather than a teacher deciding what can be shown and what couldn't, is there not some way in which students can indicate what they would prefer? Another really important thing is often our lives are so busy, our classrooms are so busy, that there's little time given to do some really important things. And one of those things is give students the time to process what they are looking at. So often our classrooms are rushed. We've got targets for the lesson, we've got to measure these, we've got objectives. But in actual fact, students need time to process their thoughts and responses. And as we said before, presenting photos in a way that tries to dignify the memory of the human beings they seek. This is a deliberately cropped image because this is all about to see or not to see. So we can see what the perpetrator is doing, but we can't see necessarily what is being perpetrated. Is that right? Is that wrong? Should I not have cropped this? Should I? So the whole issues aren't there with cropping, distending photographs and all the rest of it that commonly occur. So what place? I'm asking you rather than telling you, what place should things like this have in the classroom, if any? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tom. I would like to suggest that we keep questions to the strictly necessary, I haven't understood this or that questions, because otherwise we'll be unfair to the other two participants. Like we were in a way in the first panel, too many questions to the first speaker, and then the second was running late. So is there anything you really want to know now?
I was hoping to ask them. It's supposed to be the other way round, Christoph.
Okay, no. So mean question, I know, but in that,
I've explained everything so well. There are no.
No.
Sorry.
You put the right questions, and they are not easy to answer.
No.
It will take us a few weeks to, if we can answer them at all. And I really like to thank you for your for putting questions rather than giving the quick answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
how do I pronounce your second name?
Adrian Cioflâncă.
Cioflâncă.
Difficult.
Yeah, Adrian. I kept it to Adrian, you know, yeah. Adrian Cioflâncă, and so it's taking us back into sort of the original idea of the panel on representation of the photographs after they had been made. And sorry, it was bad introduction. Next time will be better.
Okay.
You know, I'm slipping too here.
My presentation is about the use of atrocity photos to spread awareness of the mass killing of the Jews during and after the war, but also about the response, the counter-propaganda of the Antonescu regime with another atrocity photos of the Stalinist terror. So this is Stephen's subject he raised earlier during the war in 1941 and 1943. But first of all, let me make a short introduction. What we are referring to as the Holocaust in Romania actually refers to, when we speak about physical violence and mass killings, we refer to 6 waves of mass killings perpetrated during 3 types of political regimes, starting with 1940. So the first wave was in the summer of 1940, when the Romanian authorities retreated from Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, and there were massacres in Dorohoi, in Galați. I will give you some details about that after the introduction. The second wave was during the joint government of Ion Antonescu with the Iron Guard for 4 months, which were very violent. And the peak of the violence was during the Bucharest pogrom and the Jilava massacre, where more than 120 Jews were killed. Most of them were shot in the back of the head. The third wave is in the first week of the Barbarossa operation, and the peak of this wave was the Iași pogrom, when the main targets were adult male from the Jewish population of Iași. But there was a distinction. There are other massacres around Iași with the Bessarabian Jews. And in that case, because the killings were perceived as a revenge to what happened in 1940, in that case, entire families were killed. And we know for sure because 3 mass graves were exhumed in 1945. And myself with the team of the Wiesel Institute uncovered a mass grave in 2010 in a forest. And another one near this one was uncovered in 2019. And with the archaeological research, we realized that the Romanian army killed entire families, so children and women included. The fourth wave of violence is during the bloody summer of 1941, with the killings in Bessarabia and Bukovina. From this point on, with the order for the cleansing of the land, the Romanian army, Romanian gendarmes, police units attached to military units in collaboration with German units, sometimes only themselves, killed entire families and communities on the territory of Bessarabia. So there are a lot of unmarked mass graves on the territory of Bessarabia till today. The fourth wave was in the autumn of 1941, And the peak of this wave is the Odessa massacre, which was conceived as a reprisal of the in a event similar to what happened in Babin Yar after the building of the Romanian commandment exploded as a result of Soviet military action. The reprisals were targeted against Jews, and more than 20,000 Jews were killed systematically by the Romanian army. And the sixth wave, which is the biggest, and actually I would like to correct a misrepresentation of what happened in Transnistria, when the initial narrative says that most of the people died because of the weather, because of the hunger, and the conditions there. Actually, most of the people were killed systematically in Golta and in Berezovka by killing units created in a sort of a collaboration between Romanian gendarmes, Ukrainian militia, and units created by SS from the German colonists in Transnistria. We have photos for each wave of mass killings, but of course they were used publicly in a different way. And some of them remained secret. And this is one example. For the first wave of the killings, these photos were part of the judicial investigation made in 1941, which misrepresented what happened there. The rationale of the killing was anti-Semitic, but in fact they killed many people from a sort of improvised camp in Galați, and from the list of the victims we can see that there are Bessarabians, Russians, Ukrainians, and Jews as well. So we don't know the exact identity of the victims from this type of photo, which, as I said, are not were not published before, and were not known to the public or historians. They are in the files from the Council for the Study of the Securitate Archives, the institution I work for, the other institution I work for. For the second wave of mass killings, the luck was that Ion Antonescu, during the confrontation with the members of the Iron Guard, asked the authorities and also the Jewish community to take as many photos of the events and also of the results of the violence of the Iron Guard against the Jews in Bucharest. So we have, I suppose, more than 1,000 photos of the Bucharest pogrom, more than 100 photos of the Jilava massacre, where around 80 Jews were killed. And also an album was provided by the Jewish Federation to Ion Antonescu as a visual documentation of what happened during the pogrom. And you can see the cover there. What is strange about this album is that it was declassified only 2 years ago by the Romanian version of CIA. And we don't know the reason. I had nobody to ask about that. But anyway, it's good that it's right now in public circuit, so we are able to refer to this album, which was mentioned by Jean Ancel and Radu Ionid and others as a lost piece. And also we can find the different types of photos. The photos the Ion Antonescu regime collected focuses on perpetrators, on the objects which were stolen, on the buildings which were destroyed, and also on Christian victims. The photos we have from the Jewish communities focus on properties of the Jewish communities and also on Jewish victims, because the narrative, the first narrative, which remains till today in the nationalist historiography of the so-called rebellion of the Iron Guard against the Ion Antonescu regime, focuses on this type of confrontation between the two sides, missing the anti-Jewish violence. And the historiography till today treat the two events separately. So we have a lot of historians writing about the rebellion as a direct confrontation between Ion Antonescu and the Iron Guard, missing the point, missing the anti-Semitic rationale of these killings. For the Iași pogrom, we have also hundreds of photos. It was, of course, in the case of Wehrmacht and also in the case of the Romanian army, forbidden to take photos of the from inside cities, from military environments, from the border and stuff like that. Iași, being on the front line, was in all these categories, but what was missing that the Romanian legislation didn't apply to the German troops, and vice versa. So we had a lot of photos taken by German soldiers in Iași, because the rules for Wehrmacht said you are not allowed to take photos of German military, but they felt free to take photos of Romanian military and of Jews being beaten and killed in Iași and in the death trains. On the back of the one photo which I bought from eBay, from the left, you can see the narrative, German narrative of the Iași pogrom, which was described as a rebellion of the Jews against the Romanian German army, and the violence against them as a justified repression, reprisals during this first week of the war. For the fourth wave, things goes more tricky because we have photos, but with little explanation behind them. So I suppose more research is needed, but things were made difficult because of two main reasons. One is the Soviet narrative on the events, which falsified the captions of the photos, but also the inventories of the photo archives. So till today, the inventories relies on communist type inventories of the photos, and they are very general. They usually miss the word Jew, so it's very difficult without a thumbnail to have a good idea of what's in the photo. So you have to make very good research about that. And the second reason is the fact that photos were in Romania, but also in other archives, were taken out of the archival context. So if they were glued on a document, part of a report from 1941 and after the war, they were taken out most of the time without the archival context, without the explanation contained sometimes in the document. And this is the case for these very explicit photos from mass killings from Bessarabia, for which in the Soviet albums there were only general explanations about the Soviet people being killed by the fascists, but without specification about places and the perpetrators and the names of the victims. And for the fifth wave, there are a lot of photos related to the Odessa massacre. This album is not known. I discovered it in the Museum of National History in Romania, but also with the types of captions. And we know we assume, I assume, who is the author of the captions. There is one guy, a lawyer called Emanuel Safir. He worked for the People's Tribunal. I wrote an article about him, and he was instrumental for the introduction of the photos as visual evidence in the post-war trials documentation, against the opinion of the presidents of the tribunal and all the influential people from the Communist Party. So he struggled to collect photos, to introduce them in the documentation, and at a certain point, when he felt that the communists are not interested anymore in convicting perpetrators, he stole the albums from the archives. And there were two investigations in this case, and they found hundreds of photos at his home. It's a fascinating story. And in the last wave, we have less photos and with less explanation. I found this album last December, so 2 weeks before the war, in the archives in Odessa. It represents, I suppose, the killings of partisans who are Jews. We don't know for sure. We still have to make some research about that. And the other one is a photo from an album created by a cavalry regiment from the Romanian army, which covers the entire expedition of this unit, which took part in the Blitzkrieg because it was a mechanized, one of the few mechanized units of the Romanian army. And they took part in the mass killing of Jews in Edinets and other parts of, oh my God, I have 3 more minutes. Okay, and I introduced, we made a film about this album with Radu Jude, which was presented this year in Berlinale. It's called The Memories from the Eastern Front. There were some, I suppose this is one of the few clandestine photos taking maybe by Jewish photographer, where anyway, without permission in the Jewish cemetery in Iași. And it circulated in copies which were grabbed by the Romanian police. And this provoked a sort of a stressful situation for the authorities, because photos of the Bucharest pogrom and of the Iași pogrom were smuggled out of Romania, and they were seen at the State Department in Washington, and some of them were published in the American press. This journalist was created by the Romania Jews coming from Romania, and it spread awareness of the killings through a Hungarian channel, and that was perceived by the Antonescu regime as a propaganda against the regime, and they created tools to transmit counter propaganda. And in September 1941. There was an exhumation in Chișinău, so this is the actual capital of Moldova, from Bessarabia, and they exposed the victims for the entire population in Chișinău. And after that, they used the photos of the exhumation and of the corpses in newspapers and in a lot of exhibitions, anti-communist and anti-Semitic exhibitions, with the purpose of propaganda. And also they created this type of narrative about the cannibals in the Odessa catacombs. We know the entire story right now because all the photographs of the Romanian intelligence service were arrested after the war and interrogated, and they were put to sign on the photos they created. So this is, of course, that was communist repression, but this is also helpful for research because we are able to make connections. And he also describes the context in which the photos were taken, how the scenes were staged, and the whole narrative of cannibalism was staged at that moment. And what is important is that the discovery of the mass graves in Chisinau, one more minute, thank you, influenced policymakers and worders of Ion Antonescu, because there is Ion Antonescu invokes in his worders as a pretext, as a reason, we don't know for sure, of course, for the radicalization of anti-Jewish policies in the autumn of 1941. And this is the moment when mass killings went to a different level, with tens of thousands of people killed. Tens of thousands of Jews were deported from northern Bukovina and from Bessarabia through Transnistria. And after that, the killings in Golta and Berezovka and other parts of Transnistria started. And as I said, these photos were used in exhibitions. I don't have time to explain this. And this is about what happened after the war, when the photos were included in the documentation of post-war trials. And two types of discourses emerged, because at that time there was a traditional Jewish leadership represented by Wilhelm Hildermann, who focused on the Jewish victims. And there were many books published during that time with the accounts of what happened to the Jews, and a different account of the communist authorities, which universalized the victims, spoke about the Soviet or communist victims, and also accused those focusing on Jewish sufferings of separatism, nationalism, and they were marginalized. And the publishing of photos of atrocities was received with a lot of hostility from the authorities. And from 1948, all the books related to this were put in the secret sections of the libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian Cioflâncă from the Willem Wildermann Center of the Study of Jewish History in Romania, to get that right at least. I think it was important to contextualize and to talk about the 6 waves. And I think what I take out of your talk is really the question of classification, of course, declassifications of knowledge and of photo albums. And what I noticed is that we take photos all the time of the photographs. So we might want to discuss that later, what we take photographs of. Why do we take photographs of those atrocity propaganda photos being shown to us? But that might be a different issue. But me sitting here, of course, I couldn't help but noticing that if like real atrocity photos come up, we tend to get the cameras out. And I'm including myself here. So, okay.
Actually, you started. You started to take photos during the conference.
Did I? So why did I? We can discuss that. But I think it might be, I mean, we might be an interesting topic. I would like to ask the 3 speakers to the front to take the questions. So Tom, Adrian, and András, maybe we could even turn the chairs around, because we still got a quarter of an hour. I was really whipping Adrian so that we have got some time for Q&As.
Okay.
Questions?
Thank you, András Lénárt from Yad Vashem, and my question is to András. First, I just wanted to ask, what are the latest known photos that you have from the labor camps? And I'm comparing just this with the Bulgarian case because except the deportation for Thrace and Macedonia, the labor camps photos are probably the only photos that we have from the war period and the Jewish question in Bulgaria. And we do have photos from during the whole period, but most photos are taken in the first year when they could more freely photograph themselves. And that's probably also the Hungarian case. And a little bit more like were they allowed to have cameras with them? And is that the way that the photos are preserved?
Yes, thank you. I cannot answer your question in details because I lack of information, but I think at least I didn't find any restrictions, any law or any order take or not to take cameras with them to these places. So, but there are significant difference between the two periods. So before 1941 and after this time. And interestingly, in 1944, when the German army occupied Hungary, there was also, so these units existed in this time during the deportations. So the importance or the or how these units looked like at that time changed because the population, I mean the Jewish people who were considered to be Jewish, they were deported from cities, from towns, from villages, etc. And at the same time, depending on the attitude and behavior of the officers, these units were also sent towards Austria to forced labor or to camps after that. So to, I don't know, to Dachau, for example, or you know, the camps around Vienna. But some of them could stay in Hungary, I mean in the little Hungary, in the core of the country. And they stayed alive and relatively in good conditions. And we have a few of pictures of this time, but I'm not quite sure of this. Maybe Laci can help us with this. So we have pictures of forced labor in towns. But at that time, people, I mean women and young people were wearing these yellow stars on their clothes. But it's not, I think it's not quite the same. They were not in camps. Yeah, it was a sort of forced labor, but not only Jewish people were ordered to go to this to this reconstruction building reconstruction works after bombing.
They were doing it in the cities.
Yeah. Sometimes in the city, yeah. Sometimes around the cities, digging trenches and trams against tanks. I honestly, I don't know any pictures of this kind of activities.
If not, thank you. I want to ask Tom about the connection between history and ethics. Why do you think historians should discuss the problems of ethics? What gives us as historians the permission to discuss such issues? Because history is science in some way. And just imagine that a mathematician decides that for his ethical reason, he doesn't like number 7 and doesn't use it in his formulas. So if in our today point we decide that some pictures are ethical and some not, is just our perception from our point of view. It's not a scientific attitude to the question, to the problem.
Return the microphone.
Maaty, thanks so much for your question. That's quite an easy one, isn't it? So what is history? Is it a science? Is it an art? Or is it something else? If it was a science, then if we think in scientific terms, then it'd be predictive. We could use the past to predict what's going to happen in the future, but as we know, we can't. So I think the whole issue, I know we're going off on a different train now, this is more philosophical, isn't it? But it's about the nature of what history is, and different people might approach it in kind of different ways, or see the world in different ways, or understand what history is kind of in different ways. So your question is a really interesting one. I mean, I would suggest that if there were no ethical considerations around what we look at or what we don't look at, or we at least don't think about them, then there are issues from just a human point of view. Is it respectful to use, as we were saying before, use photographs of people that, you know, maybe against their faith or against their consent for whatever reason? Do we have the right then to be using images, spreading them, cropping them, distorting them, distending them? Or is it a free-for-all? I don't know if that was what your question was asking, but I think your question goes back to what is the nature of history, which is maybe a separate conference, but a really, really interesting one, isn't it? And you know, we'll kind of think about it and approach it in different ways. But I would argue that history is not necessarily a science, but it is something other as well. But, yeah. Unless you have an opinion too, or anyone else?
Yeah, but that opens the door to, you know, a wider question.
Yeah.
Which I think we will not be able to discuss in the next 8 minutes we've got the lunch break.
Yeah. But really interesting question. Thank you.
Anything else? Janina, I know that I kind of interrupted you. You were kind of trying to ask a question and I just didn't really see you because I was trying to push. That was impolite, I know, but that's Germans are like.
I think at the time I was thinking of Klára's presentation, and I wanted to really answer his questions with a question. You told us what you defined atrocity images, but I wondered, how would you define a non-atrocity image? And do you show these so-called non-atrocity images? I mean, what are they? And what's the purpose of showing atrocity images? This is really one question.
Thank you. Well, I hope I didn't define what atrocity images were. I was just saying, I was asking the question. So I'm asking a question to return your question. It's my question. I was asking the question about what they are.
Sorry. We need coffee for that.
Oh, probably, yeah. I probably need some more coffee for that, definitely. But yes, so obviously there's the issue of, there's a sense of relativeness, isn't there? Because what is my atrocity image from my own experience may not be yours. So what are the limits, what are the boundaries of atrocity images? Could anything be an atrocity image, or are there things we can draw boundaries around and say this is and this isn't? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know if anyone can give a more definitive kind of answer. But certainly where, so working with young people where there's a sense of kind of discomfort, or there's an emotive reaction or a sense of distress, maybe these are signs. So maybe we look at the symptoms within the viewers and how they kind of react as well. But their reactions will be different because all our experiences are different as well. So I find it a really interesting question, but a profoundly tricky one. And if anyone can help answer what an atrocity image is, I'd much appreciate it.
I would like to change that conversation a little bit. You raised the possibility that young people, 12-year-old, they're going to see that stuff anyway, right? Do we actually know that they somehow encounter that stuff anyway? And is that still unclear to a certain degree? I'm a little bit doubtful that they actually will find it, but what do you say about that entire issue of they're going to find this stuff anyhow, so we better do something?
Yeah, so the point was only being made in terms of, so we haven't done any research onto that. It'd be interesting to know, wouldn't it? Definitely, and have a more empirical base, because I'm only speaking on here saying kind of impressions and supposition as well. But it's just the idea that you could go on your phone, you could do it now and type in Holocaust and what would come up. Or yeah.
Sorry, why, that's your question, why would a 12-year-old type in Holocaust into his mobile phone?
Okay, because they're doing a lesson on it. It's coming up in school. They know, and they're curious, or their friends looked it up and say, "Blimey, have you seen what's here? Have a look." This language is out there. They know of these things. So young people are a lot more savvy and knowledgeable sometimes than we think they are. A lot less innocent than we think they are. But this is supposition. I'm not. But it's a tricky area.
Excuse me, I just want to continue because I was thinking and wondering the whole time, because you raised the question in your lecture, of course, and I was thinking, what is the meaning? If the meaning of atrocities photos have changed during the years, because recently in the last years, there is so much of it, video games and horror movies and action movies and other atrocities on the news, like war in former Yugoslavia, Africa, and everywhere else, more recent genocides, etc. So how did their actually term changed its meaning during the years? And of course, I guess what Karel said, but I'm pretty sure like 12 years old are usually left very much alone at home by the parents because legally they can do it and they don't have enough time, and they can scroll through the video channels or the TV channels, and what is set 12 or 16 or 18 years, movies that had some, you'd say these are the most interesting things. Like if it's limited to 16 years old, so why the 12 years old will not watch it? It's when it's alone at home. It's the most interesting, why it's forbidden for me, and they will watch it.
Yeah, and who forbids it as well, so not just why, but who is getting the authority to the power relationships and structures. Sorry. So I was just saying that it's not just the why, but the who gives permission, who gives authority, who has power over what young people can see. Do they have any power? Do they have any autonomy or say? And does it matter who does in the role of being a parent or a teacher, or depends what roles we play maybe in society. But yeah.
Hello. My name is Barbara Kriza. I'm an oral history researcher, and actually what I was just I have a comment to what András said, because I have met and interviewed quite many Hungarian survivors, and I met many survivors' families who owned actually very similar albums, so they resonate very much. These albums and the narratives of these albums resonate very much to what András just said, and it is extremely exciting. I'm just wondering if you have ever encountered bystanders photos. So those who like non-Jewish people who saw these Jewish forced laborers and took photos of the Jewish forced laborers in any areas where Hungarian forced laborers worked and were on service. That would be one question to András, and I have another question to Adrian Cioflâncă. I know that mass killings took place in those areas, but I wonder if you have any. Did you see any photos of Transylvania from this period, or in your archival research? The Holocaust took place in different forms. Deportations was under Hungarian Hungarian rule, so we know that. But still, we know about Sharmashal And we know about the photos, post-war photos of Sharmashul after the mass graves were discovered and excavated. Sorry, but I wonder if there is any photo documentation of the in the Romanian archives about the Holocaust in Transylvania. Thank you.
Thank you for your remark and the question. I failed to mention in my talk that the number of the photos taken in Hungary on the Holocaust, if you can define this, is very limited, like 600, 700 photographs or pictures we know. And it has several reasons. Katalin Jalszowski, a museologist, historian, did the most in this field to collect, to identify these photos. And comparing with this, the few thousand, what you think that were taken on the labor service is a relatively big number. And what else? What I wanted to say to you? I don't know. Well, it's very difficult to define this bystander or witness category. If a soldier can be seen as a bystander, if he, for example, a driver or who just there at the front, but a normal soldier, and he could take with him the camera and took some photos about of the labor service people. So yes, we have a series of this, but I don't remember the name. So sorry, so the photographer's name. I think part of them can see on Fotapan. I'm not quite sure, but this is a Hungarian raised website with hundreds of thousands of photos. I know what I wanted to say. That so this number, this 600-700 pictures, is very low if we think that at that time maybe, I don't know, 100,000 cameras were in the country. So, I mean, it was so widespread to use these cameras for family photography. And why only, why people didn't want to take photos of this. So we can have some thoughts on this, but I don't want to go into details, but so it's a very small number. I just want to highlight this fact.
Some files related to the Holocaust in Transylvania were declassified in 2019 by the other intelligence service, the Interior Intelligence Service in Romania. And those include one photo of taken, I suppose, in late 1940 or in 1941 with a scene of atrocities. And also the originals, or let's say the first copies signed by Matatia Scarp during the exhumation in Sărmaș. So I included one photo here, but there is a series in which is glued on paper on these files of perpetrators involved in the Sărmaș killings. They were published in Hungarian publications, but we are not aware of the let's say first copies first. But 2 weeks ago I was in Yad Vashem and I was able to locate the collection of Matatia Scarp, which is dissolved in another collection, and this is why it was difficult to find. And the collection includes also some of the photos he took in Sărmaș, which are also glued in the on paper, and also they are in the archival context. So they are included in the reports he made in February 1945. So they should be used together with the photos which are in the photo collections of Yad Vashem. So this is, and also there are photos of the exhumation from Dej, from the forest of Bungur, which there is one included there, which is very good, but also a series of more than 15 photos of the exhumation and a sort of a reenactment created by the authorities. At that time, they used Hungarian gendarmes to exhume the bodies. And actually, there are actually more than 20 photos. And most of them are in my center, Center for the Study of Jewish History in Bucharest.
Thank you very much. The very last, and he promised me very brief question, is from Stefan.
It's only comment, so it will be very, very brief. I was stumbling about the term of bystander, and maybe it's something we can do after, I mean, with the last panel and the final discussion, really discuss if there's a bystander. And I remember a conference we had when I was still working with the German Historical Institute in DC, and we had a conference in collaboration with the Holocaust Museum, and Chris Browning said, well, there is no bystander because there is no neutral position in all that. And how about a photographer? Is that really neutral or bystander? And maybe that's a point we, not for now, but very brief, should take into account for a later discussion in the afternoon. Thanks.
What remains to be said is thanking the panelists for their wonderful presentations. Janina said it's all about context this morning. Yes, it is, and it was very different context. You took us to questions and albums and files glued to each other, which I take into, we have to take into our discussions. And I thank you for your patience in letting us overdraw 10 minutes, even though it's lunch break. I know you're hungry. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's continue with our third panel of the conference, Reflections on Images of the Holocaust in Central and Eastern Europe. I'm András Lénárt, member of the staff here in the Holocaust Memorial Center. And let me introduce you Christoph Kreutzmüller, who is also a historian, a German one, based in Berlin. And
can't help it, can I?
Not mistaken.
Sorry.
He will talk about his project Last Scene. The title is Traces of the Deportations from the West in the East. And by the way, the panel's title is now the Deconstruction and Reconstructions, Probing Narratives. So we will have three presentations on this topic, and at the end we can discuss to what extent could we reconstruct or deconstruct photographs. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, András, for your kind introduction. Could anyone switch off the light? It's I've changed the title because I mean it's photographic traces of the deportations on the west to into the east, to the east, and of course, when I came up with the idea to do that, it seemed fairly easy. Like, you know, you have got photos as evidence, and I thought like, you just find the photographic evidence that people from Western Europe were deported to Eastern Europe. Easy task. Then in preparing, I found, this is quite broad, the topic. So actually what I'll probably do is more like traces of deportations from Germany to Eastern Europe. And now I know that Germany isn't quite Western Europe, but so you know, but it kind of, that works better. I mean, if you want to think about the imagery we've got, it's something that's shaped by mainly two things, I would think. It's A, the film from Westerbork by Rudolf Breslauer, where you see in minute 15, I think, it's a longer film, but minute 15 for 1.5 minutes, you see like the boarding of a deportation train and then the train rolling off. And I took one still out of that film. And what you see is classic imagery. You got the chalk written number on it, and you know, and you got freight trains. So that's something that kind of we all refer to if we think about deportations. And of course, this kind of relates to the arrival of deportation train. And what I think is interesting is that both May 44. Rudolf Breslauer, that scene was taken on the 19th of May. So the train from Westerbork will have arrived on the 22nd. That's just the dates. Bernhard Walter and Ernst Hoffmann took the photographs for the album, but they wanted to include only Hungarian Jews. So they didn't take a photograph of the train from the Netherlands arriving. So there's not really the train, there are no traces, but these pictures, freight trains, chalk numbers, lots of people, that's the imagery we've got. And now the problem we have, of course, is with the deportation from Germany. You see all the pictures we've got from, that's something we found in last scene, that's the places we have found deportation pictures from. You see, it's usually small places. I highlighted the larger towns, more than 100,000 inhabitants, like the cities. Like it's few cities, mainly it's small, small villages that deportations photos come from. Different faces, different group of persecutees, different photographers. And what I want to do as a start is just to show you how different they are from what we expect them to be. Because when I set out the project, my imagery was that of Rudolf Breslauer, Westerbork, and of Bernhard Walter and Walter Hoffmann arrival in Birkenau. And it took me some time to kind of work out, so it's third-class trains. Lothar Bär is the son of the local Nazi Gauleiter, Kreisleiter, sorry. And his father asked him to take a photograph of the last Jew leaving Kitzingen. That's it. Then you get photographs by the museum and the archives. This is Bielefeld. Bielefeld did a war chronic. And for the war chronic, they invited someone, now our Jews are deported, so please take photographs. And you can see the entrance in the war chronic of kind of, this is near my hometown, Bielefeld, Ankunft and Abfahrt of the transport that took the Jews to Riga, Bielefeld, 13th of December 41. And again, you see those third-class carriages. And if you just would see this photograph, without context is all, you wouldn't recognize the deportation. And this might be anything. This might be a crowd going to a football match. You know, so that's one of the difficulties we've got. Most of the photographs, however, it used to. No, we tested it and it worked. I swear to God. No, it doesn't work anymore. Most photographs, as you can clearly see in those two photographs, are taken by the police, of course, showing how well they're organized. And I took those two photographs from early deportations because they highlight, the policemen highlight their colleagues, with a raised finger. Hey, we are in control. So that's the majority of photographs. Some of them even are in color. That's the Racial Hygiene Research Institute by the criminal police, and they take color photographs because they want to show the color of skin, the hair of the deported Romja and Sinti and Romja. So that's why they use those color diaphragms, and you wouldn't really recognize the deportation either. I mean, it takes a long time to kind of see, oh, policeman, armed policeman. And sometimes they even look like that. All the light in the world, and certainly a policeman too, because that person took 18 photographs in Hattingen, but really can't work the camera. You know, that's a sad affair in a way, you know. So that's how deportation photographs from Germany look like. Or this one I've been working with for a long time, Eisenach. Theodor Harder was asked by the city of Eisenach to photograph the deportations, and he's not interested in the police. And out of the series, this is the photograph he took when the Jews enter the main entrance to the main station of Eisenach. And he photographs the loss of control. A policeman would have never photographed, because that's a moment they are mixing with the others. And it's difficult to ascertain who's deported and who's not. Oh. Certainly that woman isn't to be deported because she hasn't got luggage really and summer shoes. Others will be deported. And because it's taken from this angle, you don't see the yellow stars, which are of course in black and white photographs not yellow, but you know. So difficult. Only very few photographs are from a distance. What you've got in the Netherlands quite often is kind of the onlookers taking photographs. There's quite a few, especially in Amsterdam. This one is one of the 5 photographs we found so far from onlookers. Yeah, I'm not going to call bystanders, of course. Yeah, and you only can see the distance. So the distance makes you think, okay, he's not part of the, and I'm calling him because usually photographers in Germany at the time were male, but okay, perhaps that's too easy. Him or her was not part of the crime itself. Traces of deportations now. It took me 8 minutes as an introduction, are difficult to find. One of the few instances where the policemen themselves photographed their journey of a deportation is Dortmund. And this is a little photo series from the police in Dortmund. And I took the back sides because the flip sides are always very important. It's just before the departure of the train, Dortmund South. So that's the station, and you can see who developed the photographs. So that's the policeman, the order policeman standing, and in the back it's probably the deportation train, and it's probably deportees in the very back. And then the person took a photo out of the train, one of the few I know. But again, of course, if you just would have this photograph, you wouldn't know without the context. That's taken out of a deportation train. And that's why I was like, ooh, you know, like when you show the photographs, because you hardly ever see that. And I've been looking for 1.5 years now for that. And so I'm kind of, you know, a bit nerdy and a bit fixed, but, you know. And so it's a landscape in Poland, rushing by, and you can see the train isn't really incredibly fast, but it's moving. And then final station, Zamość in Poland. And you can see the policemen again, now in their heavier coats and some with a steel helmet. That's order police then. As Stefan Hörtler told me once, that's how you recognize them. And uniforms is, of course, something we ought to discuss. And it's difficult to ascertain, especially if you're like a layman in recognizing uniforms, and they're very, very important. So that's one of the few tracks you see, like from the west to the east, really, or from Central Europe, at least West Germany to Eastern Europe, Zamość. So that's one of the few instances you get. And then you have got this film by the unknown cameraman from the PK, I would think. He shows an arrival of a deportation train from from Magdeburg and Halberstadt. I'm sorry, I have to go back. I forgot one thing, and I've learned how to do that. And let me show you. I read Hungarian. Yeah, because that train from Zamość, it's the deportation from Dortmund on the 30th of April 1942, and we do know that the photograph I showed to you on the football field from the distance, that's that deportation. So you see the deportees there, they are guarding, and we do know that the people from Hattingen, I just showed you the photograph, were included into that transport. So on that football field I showed you, and I can't go back now because it's too fiddly, because this machine doesn't work. You know, like on the photographs, you saw the people, so to speak. And that's something we have discovered that work quite often. It really is that there are little transports formed into bigger transports, and you often see them in the small villages, so to speak. You see the deportees leaving into larger groups and then deported. So, and I'm not going to go back because, like, yeah, but this is again, it's Magdeburg, and Magdeburg is people from Brandenburg who were photographed beforehand, and from Halberstadt who were photographed beforehand. And they arrived now, and it's a real staged film. So they are really like, as if everything is organized in Warsaw, you know, even with a nice sign, the Obmann des Judenrats. The only way you can see that they really hated being filmed is that most of the people, when the camera turns towards them, they turn away. That's something you hardly ever see in the Breslauer film, like in Westerbork. You know, I kind of compared them, because in the beginning I was thinking of kind of comparing them, so to speak, for my lecture. And then I thought, it's too difficult here, too tricky. But yeah, no. And of course, that's the advantage of a moving picture. You can see movement. And they ascertain their right to be photographed in a way, something we have to discuss in the ethical way, you know, like, do we show the photographs of people who didn't want to be photographed? And they at least have got this moment, this movement. And it's quite a few. That lady especially, it's glaringly obvious. When the camera came, she just goes. And you even got one suitcase of a woman, Margarete Katz from Magdeburg, that could be found, that I did find on a deportation list. When she was deported, that she was married, and all that in that film. So that is quite a few traces. And actually the suitcases is something I'll come back to in a minute. The other thing you can recognize quite clearly on Henrik Ross's photographs and other photographs from Litzmannstadt, and I'm not calling it Łódź because for me it's the German ghetto, so I'm sticking to the German title there. We might disagree on that, but that's why I wrote Litzmannstadt here. It's situated in Poland now, I know, Baba, you know, but it's the stars. In German, the German stars are on a different in a different position here on the left. In Poland, sometimes at the back, sometimes here. So like the German and printed stars, you know, it's so really. And if you go through the Henrik Grossmann's photographs, you see quite a few people who have got the stars here and really clearly printed Jude on it. So you can see, okay, they wear German stars, and probably they are then people deported from Germany. In 42, I don't quite know anymore. I mean, the people were deported to Litzmannstadt in October, November 41. So in 42, of course, the jackets might have already changed hands. Then the traces wouldn't be the people in them, but just the cloth. And we have got a few photographs where young children wear like 2 large jackets with a German star on it. So it's probably then, you know, the person in it had been murdered already. We do know that, you know, many of the German Jews were murdered then in Grumno or Kulmhof in January, February 42. So it might be, you know, that recycling going on. But here it's quite probable that it is a German family card gaming or posing to be card gaming in front of the camera with that particular recognizable star. So that's another trace that coming into many photographs, but you have to really collect them if you want to. Then you get that every now and then. That's something I found in the archive of this ghastly anti-Semitic Der Stürmer. And someone, Werner or Wilhelm Fischer from Bremen, sent a photograph to the Stürmer, hoping that the Stürmer would publish it. And they didn't. In that case, they didn't. I mean, might have done that, you know, but they were quite open to that. In this case, they weren't. And it goes on to say that, hey, they still wear their frilly clothes. You know, if they've been tempting the Germans in Germany, and now they see how far they get with those frilly clothes. I haven't translated that. Just ghastly rubbish. And then, of course, you get that. And this is Tal actually highlighted, Stefan and me, when we wrote that book, that this is properly a transport from Germany to Theresienstadt, like with those numbers. And so I'm just referring to what Tal found out, and we wrote in our book that it's a deportation train arriving from Theresienstadt, the luggage, and it arrived on the 16th or 17th May 1944. And in that luggage, you find this suitcase by Recher, Flatauer, actually. The second name was wiped off, and it's Flatauer was deported from a Judenhaus, like a forced dwelling house home in Berlin, to Theresienstadt, where she died. She was deported in September. She died in February 43, and then probably the suitcase was reused. I used the word recycled earlier, but that was wrong. That's the wrong wording. Reusing is probably, you know, and that's probably why the person who took the suitcase from Theresienstadt with him or her wiped off the name. And yeah, the whole transport was basically murdered on arrival on the 16th of May, 1944. Yeah, that's the traces you get it. So it's basically it's traces either the suitcases, and here again it's the it's Riga, it's the Red Army on liberation. They're taking photographs. It's something Maaty, you discussed. I mean, it's those forensic photographs. They took, and sometimes they took photographs of the German suitcases left. Yeah, so it's suitcases. Every now and then you get photographs of, yeah, so to speak, the yellow stars. And if you're very, very lucky, you find a few, photographs of people still in the camps doing forced labor. So the traces are dire, but they still go to proof, and that's the point, so to speak, the forensic proof and photos are evidence that the deportations really did go from the east to the west, from the west to the east, sorry. And I thought that it needed proofs because we often only see this one thing. They embark in trains, and then we get the other scene, something completely different disembarks. And I think it's important to kind of connect that because it's a pan-European thing. And it would be good to have like more evidence of that, you know, like of Frenchmen in Poland or of Lithuanians in Hungary, or, you know, so because that will have been there. It was a fact, and probably entered the photographs somehow. And as I said, I was trying to do this big thing, showing everything to you, like French to, and of course the Dutch. And I ended up with just doing the thing for Germany because that was something I could manage within the weeks I had to prepare this talk. And I thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Christoph, for this wonderful and very interesting presentation. And we can see the journey or the route of these several groups of deportees from the west to the east. Sometimes people, faces, sometimes only objects, and what we left behind them. And let me introduce now Ramona Bechauf, probably the youngest presenter of this conference. And
I'm supposed to speak second, which I don't care about. But...
Okay, sorry. So Tal.
But,
okay, sorry, Tal Bruttmann. Maybe I'm confused. No, in my program, you are the second one. It's already there. Okay.
But I mean,
I was not aware that. Yeah, Tal Bruttmann is a specialist in also in Holocaust and in Auschwitz, the history of the Auschwitz and Birkenau camps, and he will talk about another topic now of the Polish Warsaw photo taken during the uprising or
of the ghetto.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah,
So-
that's it.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. In fact, I might have an even longer introduction than Christoph's, because there's so many things to say about the so-called Struk report, both from an historical point of view and also a technical point of view. By technique, I mean something very important. We have 2 copies of the report. On the 4th that were printed by the SS, we have 2 copies, which is very important because we can compare the copies. And it's not only important for comparison, the way it's done, so you can see it's a report with a second part, a photo part. Now, the thing is, it's not the only report done this way. Dealing with the Holocaust, you have others like the so-called Kreutzmüller report, showing the fate, part of the fate of the Jews in Galicia. And not only the Struk report is a report, it's also an album, which is not often pointed out. And the only place I could find how it looked really is on a book by Richard Raskin, dealing only with one photo from the report, the boy from the ghetto, and is showing the leather band that was protecting one of the copies, which shows it's also an album for the SS. Which brings us to one thing. We have a lot of albums. So we have for instance, the SS Angora album. We have the Auschwitz, the so-called Auschwitz album. We have half a dozen albums from Auschwitz. And you can see that there's something bizarre here. This is a very stupid report on rabbits being in concentration camps. So, I mean, it's not important as opposed to this one for the SS. And you can see how this copy of the album looks so badly done. It doesn't fit an official report. And we might have found the clue. It's probably one of the photographer's copy. That's why it's not so nicely presented. But let's go back to the Struk report. We have 2 versions, 53 photos in each one, except that only 37 are the same photos and 16 are different in each copy. So we have 69 photos in this report. Now, there's another point. You can see here, so one of the copy is in Warsaw at the IPN, the other one is at the United States. And you can see, for instance, a photo only in the copy in the United States, as opposed to one which is on both copies. But when you start to look for photos linked to the Struk report, you can find plenty that are supposed to be part of the series done for the report. For instance, you can find this one in various databases, and
apparently that would be a photo of Jews taken in the ghetto during the uprising and sent to the Umschlagplatz, except this photo has nothing to do with Warsaw. It's the deportation of Jews from probably Würzburg. And when you look carefully, you can see it can be Warsaw. Because at the time, during the uprising, the people were taken directly from the ghetto to the Umschlagplatz. You don't have any street that looks like this one. So it doesn't make any sense. On the other hand, you can find, for instance, at Bet Lochamei HaGetaot, a series of 5 or 6 photos, it's not clear yet, of a woman getting naked, forced to get naked. And this is in the report, the written part. Struk explains, or whoever wrote the report for Struk, he explains that the women fighting against the SS are very dangerous. They are hiding weapons on them, so they make them strip in the street. So it fits the report, but yet we don't know if that's part of the photos taken by the PK or the SS doing the photos. But it's directly linked to the uprising. Is it part of a series taken for the report? We don't know. But you can find, you can find, so the 2 photos I showed you earlier as an example, and you can find plenty of others coming from the exact same series on the Yad Vashem database, on the United States Holocaust Memorial database, and at Bet Lochamei, the Ghetto Fighters House. This is the same series, there's no doubt about it. So you can see that you have 2 different photos on both copies from a series of at least 10 photos. So you can see how the work was done by the SS, whoever he was, preparing the 2 copies we have. Now, there's something quite interesting here. I found those 2 different photos. One at Bet Lochamei HaGetaot, the other one is at Yad Vashem. But they're not different. That's the same photo, one being inverted. Now the question is, which one? And how can you find the right photo? So here you have something, the armband, and as Christoph stated, it's very telling. The way the Jews were marked in Europe helps you know where the photo was taken. But hey, that's during the uprising. So officially in the Warsaw Ghetto, you have to wear the armband on the right arm, right? But you don't know if the guy just put it quickly. Now, if you look here, you have a ranking on the uniform, and that's supposed to be on the left arm, right, Steffi? You were not listening. Keep on doing what.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, so keep on doing whatever you were doing. Don't contradict me. So that's the right photo. But that's not the original photo, because when you compare the 2 photos, there are 2 problems. The foot, here are missing there, and this part is missing on the other photo. Basically, what you see here is on the Yad Vashem photo, not on the Bet Lochamei HaGetaot, and what you see here is missing on this photo. So none of the 2 photos are the original. And I couldn't find what is and where is the original photo. Now, those are all the series I could reconstruct for the moment. So each line is a series. Those are other series. The interesting thing is to see what was discarded among the photos. So you can see in yellow, it's only in the IPN copy. It's supposed to be red, I think, but here it's orange. It's on the Nara copy, in blue both copies, and then in green, it's what was not used at all. And you can see, for instance, for the Bunker series, most of the photos were not used. They only choose to use 2, and in fact, only 1 in the official copy that was sent to Himmler. So this helps us understand a bit how the Struk report was made. Now, to go a bit further on that, on the Struk report, you have a lot of numbers regarding the soldiers and the policemen involved. What is very interesting is that, in fact, what you see mostly, or even mainly on the report, is SS men and policemen, while you have other Germans which are supposed to be there, but you never see them. And you know, there are plenty of other, you have Travnikis, you have Polish firefighters, you have the blue police, you never see the blue police. So here you can see a Polish firefighter. Here you've got Lithuanians, for what I know, and you've got those guys. So Steffi.
These are Travnikis.
Yeah?
No, the other one.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Listen to me, please. But here, I don't know if that's the so-called technician corps or pioneers, but you can identify them when you know the uniforms and so on. And you can see that most of the people you see on the photos are SS and Zippo men. So it's not a report on the crushing of the uprising, it's a report on the SS and the Zippo fighting the Jews in Warsaw. Sorry. And again, that's what they want to show. The SS winning against the Jews. That's most of the photos, basically. But there's also another point, which is very important. The report is one part written, the other part photos. But you have to understand, you have to think about one fact. The photos were most probably taken regarding things written in the report. It's not just photos taken during the uprising. Struk writes a report, and I think all of you have wrote reports. You are writing whatever you want in a report. It's not the truth, and we know it. I guess nowadays Putin is not getting real reports about what's going on during the war in the Ukraine from the Russian side. A report is something that is not true. That's the basis of any report. And they are telling a story and are showing photos linked to that story. And the fact is, we don't know because we never cared to see if the report is speaking about things we can see on the images. Basically, this is what we should have, text and image. That's what we should have with the report to understand clearly the report. And I'm using a comic book, to show how absurd it is. You have text, image, you have a story, but you can't understand the story if you don't mix both of them. You have a narrative. And this narrative, you can find it, for instance, with this series, because you can find the street. It's here in the ghetto. And here you have the English version of one of the daily reports. And it's there. That's the street. And that's the action you can see on the photos. It speaks about people jumping from the windows, etc., etc. That's the street. And that's the action you are seeing. So the text describes the photos and helps us place them. Which brings another thing. So I'll skip that because I think I don't have many time left. It brings several other things. You can see that on both copies we have, the first photo is the end of the story. The so-called end, because Struk decided to end the report on one date, and we know the fightings kept on several weeks later, and Jews were still hiding in the ghetto. So we are using the SS narrative, which is, from my point of view, a big problem. The uprising was not stopped on the day they exploded the synagogue. but the report starts with the end. On the first copy, known as Das Concept, that was the photo chosen to end the report, a Jew jumping from a building. But on the final copy, the one sent to Himmler, you can see all the SS leaders, starting with Struk, standing on the photo. So you can see Struk decided to be the major player on the album, and is everywhere. I mean, you can find him on all those photos that are in the album. He's even on more photos from the series. On the Nara version, the one that was not sent to Himmler, is on 1/10 of the photos. And on the IPN version, is on 7 photos, meaning more than the 1/10. And now you have a genre, a real genre in the album. You can see all the burning of the ghetto. And those are, from an aesthetical point of view, marvelous photos. That's the way it was done. Aesthetical photographies, which are a genre in Nazi Germany. That's from the November pogrom, and you have the same during the war. They love making photos of things burning. That's a genre in Nazi Germany. And it makes very nice photos. But you have also this kind of photos, and it's again a genre. The album is full of those, and that's in Marseille in January 1943, same type of photos. Again, a genre. Those photos were taken by PKs, and part of the Struk report were taken by PKs. So they're just doing what they know to do since the beginning of the war and even before. And a third genre, very anti-Semitic photos, Struk report, Auschwitz album, let's say Lili Jacob album, Struk, Lili Jacob, Katzmann report, same genre, showing ugly, whatever disabled Jews they could find. But now there's one last thing which I want to focus on, so I just choose on one database. I even erased the name of the database, but you all know where it's coming from, I'm sorry. But it's the perfect example, because it's very useful for me to show you something. So that's the way this photo is understood. Struk watch housing blocks burning, right? Absolutely not. I'm sorry to tell you. This is a very staged photo, as this one, which is on the so-called Struk collection, which was found on Struk when he was arrested. Those are staged photos. And you can see it, if you know a bit about army or police, there are things very telling. So they are holding their weapons, watching for an enemy, and you have half a dozen guys smoking cigarettes behind them without any weapon. It's staging. They're just posing for the photographer. And if you look carefully to the one in the report here, you can see you have two very stupid SS men, two idiots looking directly at the photographer, while the others are posing and looking to windows. But there's another problem. So, sorry. I'm really sorry. So they are watching blocks burning, right? No. So, yeah. This is the wall of the ghetto, and the ghetto is burning behind them. They're watching the so-called iron side. But you can see, oh, we are trapped by the SS narrative. What we see is what the SS wanted to show to the other Nazis. We are watching the windows where Jews are hiding and threatening us, and we have to hold arms, and we are super fighters. In fact, they are outside the ghetto. Not only they are outside of the ghetto on those two photos, but on most of the photos, they are standing outside the ghetto. You have 6 photos showing a gun firing on buildings, you can see the wall, and it's on this street, outside the ghetto. But you can place almost all the photos either outside the ghetto or just on the first streets inside the ghettos. You don't have a single photo in the middle of the ghetto, which tells us one thing: they are too afraid to go inside the ghetto. So the super fighters that you can see all over the report are frightened super SS that can go inside to take photos. Now, the problem is that those photos are the photos used all over the world to show the uprising of the Jews against the SS. We have a staged narrative showing triumphant SS, and we are using it, which is crazy. On the same time, we don't know a single face of the fighters, but we have hundreds of photos of the fighters, which are hardly ever displayed. In Yad Vashem, you have a few names, if I remember well, on the wall. You don't even have their photos. Displaying the photos of the fighters would show who fought against the Germans, young Jewish men and women, and not stupid SS with a lot of weapons. They were hardly having any real weapon then. Just regular students, workers, I don't know what they were. Well, I know, but they were fighting them, and we never showed them. And the last point, so that's another perspective taken by a Polish firefighter, and it's telling quite more than the SS photos, but I want to finish on that. So those are the photos where you see not only Struk, but one of his bodyguard, here, is always near Struk, always standing near him on the photos. And on other photos where you see Struk alone, you can think without failing that the bodyguard is around. Which brings us to this most iconic photo of the Holocaust, where there's plenty of things to point out. For instance, we all know that this kid, we never noticed the kid behind him giving a tongue to the photographer. And you won't see it here because the definition is not good enough, but you have here a kid defying the photographer. But he's here again, him. So if he's on this photo, it means that Struk is probably near the photographer or behind the photographer. So you see that you can understand even better this photo and understand what the people getting outside the building are looking. They are looking probably at Struk and the men around him, meaning the SS commanding the operation. And I'll stop that and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Tal. It was amazing, and it reminded me that I forgot to mention your co-authored book about the Auschwitz album. Or
I did it alone.
Okay.
The two others are not speaking today, so
it's die fotografische Inszenierung des Verbrechens, an album from Auschwitz. They put together, Christoph Kreutzmüller, Tal Bruttmann, and Stefan Höben. Thank you. It's a very, very thorough book, and again we saw a presentation from you with a lot of details and through investigation and identification of details on photographs. And our next and last presenter is Ramona Bechauf, also from Germany. I think she's the youngest one of this conference, and finally a woman again. She's from the University of Göttingen and taking part in the project. What was that? Okay.
Exhibiting knowledge and exhibitions.
Yeah, exactly. And the title of her presentation today is Handling the Sonderkommando Photographs, a praxeological approach to historical photographs. So thank you and welcome here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. I have a little bit of a problem since we have seen the Sonderkommando photographs already twice today. I'm trying to adjust my talk accordingly. And but it's actually quite good that we've seen it twice, and we had the same narrative twice. So we talked about them being taken clandestinely by members of the Sonderkommando. So, and now I'm trying to dig a little deeper. And in my research, I am focusing on the Sonderkommando photographs, and the context in the context of my project, I follow them through local museums exhibitions into global memory networks. And today I would like to introduce you to these photographs and invite you to take a closer look. By using a praxeological approach and by taking a closer look at the materiality of the Sonderkommando photographs, I argue that it is possible to get a better understanding of the embedded tacit knowledge, thus deconstructing and reconstructing and probing existing narratives. I claim that through the use of various versions of the series, an approach that adds multiple layers to their history, the Sonderkommando photographs can become multi-perspective exhibits. Thus, the photographs of the Auschwitz Sonderkommando can be more than simple illustrations of Nazi crimes against humanity. They can also lead to a better understanding of the resistance within the concentration camp as a collective effort that required a network that consisted of the liaison of different groups, circumstances, and objects. So, okay. I just click. Okay, I just click. So I will just go over this then. We've all seen parts of the Sonderkommando photographs twice today. So these are the Sonderkommando photographs in well, I follow Georges Didi Uberman in the number of the photographs. So the first one is what he thinks is the first one, and the last one is what he thinks is the last one. We can discuss that later on if we want to, but basically these is our one version of the Sonderkommando photographs that we know, and two of them were taken from inside of the crematorium 5, pointing outside, and two were taken from the outside. So basically, we know two versions. The one that you can see here is the uncropped version that was first given to the Auschwitz Museum in 1960 for reproductive purposes. But the cropped version of the photographs is actually the one that was published first. So to my knowledge, this is the first print of two of the Sonderkommando photographs in the Polish journal called Przekrój in July 1945. This version focuses, as we can see, on the evidence of the mass murder. The article states that the photographs were taken by David, a member of the organization of political prisoners of the Oswiecim group. In order to be able to take the photographs secretly, the article goes on, he put the camera underneath his jacket. The camera, the article says, was smuggled into the concentration camp. So, and the cropped versions were also used as evidence in the trial against Auschwitz commander Rudolf Höss in 1947 and in the Auschwitz trial in Frankfurt in 1965. So, in the Frankfurt Auschwitz trial, David Chmielewski appears as a witness. stating that he took the photographs. And Chmielewski was a Polish Jew and an active communist. He was part of the resistance movement within the Auschwitz concentration camp. And in an interview, he tells a reporter from Congress Biweekly that members of the Sonderkommando deliberately damaged the roof of the gas chamber so that he was able to take 2 photographs through a hole in the roof of Crematorium 5 using a Leica camera with a telephoto lens. And being a roofer at the time, he claimed that he had access to the roof. And the article also states that he took another photograph through a widened buttonhole of his uniform. So, Chmielewski's narrative was questioned when the uncropped version of the Sonderkommando photograph series was published. In 1960, the head of the local Polish resistance movement, the Help for Prisoners in the Auschwitz concentration camp, Władysław Pytlik, came forward and presented the uncropped version of the Sonderkommando photographs to the Auschwitz Museum. The photographs were copied by the staff, and in 1985, his widow gave the originals to the museum. And the uncropped photographs show that the first 2 photographs were taken from inside the Crematorium 5, as we've been told today twice already, sorry. And not, as Chmielewski had stated, from inside of from the roof of the building. So, however, parts of Chmielewski's narratives has been proven persistent to this day. Chmielewski's narrative was challenged in 1972 by the historian and Auschwitz survivor Hermann Langbein. He claimed that Chmielewski was not the photographer, but was given the task to get the camera to and from the Sonderkommando. To me, this seems likely since he had knowledge of the photographs and their content, but not of the exact detail concerning the circumstances under which they were taken. Taking a closer look at the grips, the letter that was smuggled out of the camp alongside the film, we learn that it not only describes the photographs on the film, but also contains important information about the film itself. The camera in possession of the resistance movement is operated by using a roll film. Format of the negatives is 6 × 9 centimeters. And taking Christoph's advice to do some research on historical cameras, I found out that there are only 2 types of cameras that use the roll film with that particular negative format. A fold-in camera and a box camera. And I thought that you might all know the fold-in camera, so the box camera. So the fold-in camera, like the Agfa Billy record, as you can see on the slide, cost about 35 to 39 Reichsmark. The box camera was way cheaper and thus became very popular. The price range went from 4 to 15 Reichsmark. The box was produced in various manufacturers. There are approximately 19 brands that produced 56 models in total that matched that negative film. This is, however, the fold-in camera, because I thought you might all know the box camera. So why did I bring this today? I wanted to bring the camera to you so that you can see that it is actually not that easy to conceal this camera. First of all, if you want to take a photograph with this camera, you have to put it on the height of your stomach, because otherwise you can't see through the viewfinder. Also, the viewfinder is working with mirrors. So, and as we know from Big Blue Button, it is quite challenging to operate something with mirrors if you haven't been used to that. Second of all, there is a teeny tiny hole where you can see the number of the photograph that you take. And if you spool the film, you have to look through this teeny tiny red window, which is very, very difficult in the sunlight. I tried it. Also, I took this camera with me to show you that it's a little difficult to put this through a buttonhole. This is why I normally wear a men's jacket, so I can show that, because it's the other way around, that you can't actually put the lens through the buttonhole. Also, it is very big, so I can't really conceal it and operate it at the same time, because I actually need both hands to operate this camera. So I have to take the camera, look through the viewfinder, aim, take a breath, and then push the button. And I can't do this with just one hand and conceal the camera and aim at the same time. I can't do that with just one hand without dropping the camera. So this is why. Okay, so I have to find my script again. So this is why I can deconstruct Chmielewski's testimony. So I researched the cameras, and Leica never produced a single camera that used that kind of film. Second of all, it is not possible to take pictures through a buttonhole with those kinds of cameras. Third of all, those cameras don't work with a telephoto lens. So, in addition to that, historian Andreas Kilian claims that Chmielewski was never a roofer but a writer in one of the offices and never had access to the roof. Having used the historical cameras myself, I find that Alter Feinzelberg's statement is more plausible. Alter Feinzelberg was a surviving member of the Auschwitz Sonderkommando. He claimed that the process of picture taking was in fact a collective venture and thus a group effort. In an interview, he told the staff of the Auschwitz Museum that a Greek Jew named Alex pushed the release button, but in fact, a whole group of the Sonderkommando members helped so that he was actually able to take the picture. And that is why I took the camera, to show you that it's just not possible for one person to take a picture and conceal the camera. He also states that the group chose Alex to be the photographer because he was the only one who knew how to operate a camera. This statement might point to the fold-in camera, taking into consideration that the box camera was the more common type, and everyone might have known how to push the button because it's not that complicated. But on the other hand, this one has a lot of three modes that you can choose from, and you have to find the right mode to take a picture. But on the other hand, the box camera was the more common camera and might have been easier to find in Canada. So, by taking this praxeological approach, I demonstrated to you that I was able to add to the deconstruction of Chmielewski's narrative, and that through the actual handling of the camera, I come to the conclusion that the act of picture taking must have been in effect a collective effort. A single person couldn't have achieved all this. I also want to demonstrate that the narrative evolving around these photographs change over time, and that the different versions of the Sonderkommando photographs can and are thus be used in order to tell different stories. As you know, the cropped version was used as evidence in the trials, documentaries, scholarly publications, museums exhibition, and so on. The uncropped versions are blurrier, less detailed, but we can see the door frame, thus letting us know the location of the photographer, which eventually makes this photograph a possible evidence for the resistance within the Auschwitz concentration camp. In exhibitions on the Holocaust, such as the Color exhibition of the Polin Museum, of the history of the Polish Jews in Warsaw, the information center underneath the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin, and even in the main exhibition in Auschwitz, the photographs are used as illustrations stating that Alex, a Greek Jew and member of the Sonderkommando Auschwitz, took these photographs clandestinely. What I didn't know when I went to the archive at the museum in Auschwitz is that there is in fact a third version of the photographs. On the right-hand side, you see the version that the Auschwitz archive sent on request. And on the left-hand side, I show you the actual version of the Sonderkommando photographs that Władysław Pytlik had in his possession. So now I zoomed in again. Taking a closer look at the archival material, we'll see that these are photographs of, yeah, well, another photograph on a dark surface. We can also see that the photographed picture is actually continuing on the right side. And as I marked with the light blue frame, the photographed picture had already been cropped. And since we know that the format of the negative was 6 × 9 centimeters. So why am I telling you this? These layers of different reproductions, as well as the reproduction process itself, add to the narrative of the resistance network in and outside of the concentration camp, and how they used the photographs. And this is actually what Janina Struk told us in the morning. So this story is, however, a multi-vocal story. So, in August 1944, a group of the Jewish Sonderkommando in Auschwitz was able to clandestinely take pictures of the process of the mass murder within the concentration camp. They were able to hand the roll film over to members of the local Polish resistance movement, who then sent it to their contact Teresa Lasocka. She was then asked to send the photographs as evidence to the government in exile in London, where she frequently sent letters from inside of the concentration camp too. If she ever actually sent the photographs, or if the negatives to London, remains unknown. When the film was developed, contact prints were reproduced over and over by amateurs and, as we can assume, must have been circulated within the resistance network. Contact prints from the original film, however, made it to Krakow, where the photographer Stanisław Mucha was able to make detailed copies that were published and used as evidence in the trials concerning the Nazi crimes. So, what I aim to do in my dissertation is to argue that by closely researching the Sonderkommando photographs and all of their versions, as well as by collecting their narratives, they can be used as multi-perspective objects in museums' exhibitions. Exhibiting the Pytlik originals of the Sonderkommando photographs gives us the opportunity to tell a multi-vocal story of the resistance within the concentration camp, a story that allows us to include previously marginalized narratives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ramona. And your beautiful performance with the camera. I think it was very unique and shed light on that technological issues and questions are sometimes not tasked during these investigations and conferences or in papers, and these are also very important. But now I want to give the floor to the audience to questions and remarks. Do you want to come here as last time in the front? Christoph and
No, not that.
Tal, yeah. Yeah, let's take it easy. So, I'm okay here. Yeah, I settle. So, if anyone has a remark or a question.
It's Steve again. I wanted to, in case you didn't remember me, I want to thank all three of the panelists. Fantastic presentations. I have questions for all, but I'm going to stick with Ramona. Okay. And I'm doing that because she brought out a camera. And as someone who's very much interested in that technology, I was fascinated by that. And when she brought up the testimony that was used, you know, about the Leica with the telephoto lens and the buttonhole, I said, that's crazy. You know, you could get a Leica with a telephoto lens. It has an M39 lens, but you had to have a special viewfinder on the top. It's a rangefinder camera, so you'd have to put it up like this in order to focus it. You wouldn't be able to do it under, and you'd have to have a hole that big in order for that to be visible. The camera you have, which takes the 120 film, which the benefit of that one, the folding camera, is that it can fold in to hide that. You could also flip it around and not focus down waist level, but you could do it the other way, kind of the sports shot. But and there's also a number of different camera besides the box camera and the folding camera. I mean, the Rolei Cord and the Rolei Flex both used a 120 film. As did some of the other twin lens reflex cameras, you know. Again, but it raises a good issue. It's the importance of, you know, if we can, identifying the kind of cameras that were used, and also learning something about the technology of that. For instance, you know, Wendy Lauer wrote this very interesting book about that, but the camera she shows in there is not the camera that she identifies, you know, which has a very different shutter speed. You know, what the camera that's there has very very slow shutter speeds, and so there, you know, there's the technological challenge. So I was glad you brought that up, because I think that's something we don't tend to think about, the limitations or of what the technology can do. So I want to thank you for that, and I'll leave it off at that.
Thank you. So Ramona, I just want to compliment you. I'm going to try very, very hard the next time before I give a presentation to think about how I can incorporate a prop. I don't think it's going to come naturally to me, but I'm going to try very hard because that was enchanting. My question for you, Tal, please, is small but interesting to me. So the two albums that you talk about, the one that's in Washington and then the other one in Poland. So you say there's 37 of the same photos and then they each have 16 that are unique to, so what is the order like? From the numbers in your presentation, it seems like they follow similar, they have the same first photograph and then they have okay, so can you just talk a little bit for a few seconds about the order? Because that would be interesting to know how they correspond.
The order is more or less the same, more or less. A few photos are just one or two places away, but it's not really here. It's not really the way it was made. I mean, not really important. It doesn't seem important for them. They really have the plan of the image report, and they follow it. They just change. I mean, when I'm saying there, I don't know who decided the place of the images. It could be Struk, it could be any schmuck working for Struk, for what we know. I mean, that's the same thing for every single album. We don't know who created them. So we don't know who made the choices, including for the Lily Jacob album. Is it us who decided the order of the photos, or the number of chapters, we don't have a single clue. So we have the final product, and we don't know anything on how this product was created, then made, and by made, I mean photos being taken, then chosen, then ordered, etc., etc. Here for the Struk report, the only thing I'm almost sure, for whatever it means, is that the placing of the photos is almost the same, and it's not really important except for the first and the last one. The first, it's the Great Synagogue of Warsaw being destroyed. That's the message. I did my mission. And the last, when you compare the two copies, the final version is showing all the SS leaders who force again the Jews, instead of a Jew jumping from a window. And that's significant. Yeah. So yeah. But I think there's, with a bit of time, we could understand a lot more about the albums. Not only this one on the Auschwitz album, we have plenty of albums that need to be really thought about, because we are just turning, and I'm speaking for myself, I'm almost an Auschwitz specialist, I pretend to be. For 10 years, I was just turning the Auschwitz album until one day, one guy, him told me there's a problem with the album. And then suddenly I started to think about the fact that I was not reading the images, I was just following the narrative decided by the SS. And that's the same thing for, it's even worse than the risk. It's the way we are dealing with that for decades. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to have any problem with any institution. I'm working with a lot of them, including a lot of them being present here. But look how all of us, historians, museums, whatever, have been trapped by this. When we are speaking about Auschwitz, we are using SS images, hardly the Sonderkommando photos. We are speaking about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, we are using SS images, not other images. We could have images done by Poles showing nothing, but hey, showing nothing is telling a lot. We could show the faces of the fighters. We are not doing that, or hardly. Sorry?
You did it once.
Yeah, I did it, but I mean, so yeah, we are totally trapped by that. And we have to get rid of that narrative. When I spoke about the bombing of the synagogue, basically when you read the book about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, all the historians, almost all, are saying that the uprising was over that day. Why? Because Struk says so. When you look at the archives or at some testimonies, you know that a few men and women were still fighting in what remains of the ghetto. Basically nothing, but they were still there, hiding and trying to survive, and some of them fighting. So why are we still keeping the date decided by Struk? Because we are trapped by the narrative. That's, I mean, we have to break this narrative. And when I'm saying we, it's the historians, the museums, etc., etc. But I'm not a crusader. I just made my point and I leave it to others.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have a question for Tal for these Struk photos, of course. Is it possible that those photos were done by the propaganda company, either of SS or regular Wehrmacht troops, and then used in the Nazi press, occupied countries, and maybe even given into the secret photo exchange with Associated Press and printed in the Allied countries? Have you checked that? Or is it because they were, as you say, and have shown us quite nicely staged, at least some of them, and those photos were usually taken for publication.
True. I'll wait for the mic. In fact, I wouldn't say they were taken for publication. They were taken by professionals, PKs or SS professionals, but it doesn't mean they were meant to be published. They're meant to be nice. That's a huge difference. They were never published officially anywhere in the world. I don't have to check it.
How can you be sure?
Because dozens of historians worked on the topic before me.
Don't believe me, that doesn't mean anything.
Quite a few of them were quite good. Sybil Milton did it. No one ever found one of those photos published anywhere. And I've got enough to do with understanding those photos than looking to stupid newspaper for something that does not exist. According to other historians, they were never published. For sure. No one ever found a photo of the uprising published in any newspaper. German ones, we checked with Christoph on German newspapers, that there's not even a single line about the uprising. On the French newspaper, no uprising. And I can.
But there's a strange thing. We just talked about it a little during lunchtime. There is, it's one of the few events mentioned in the very strange memoirs of AP General Manager Ken Cooper, that he was very proud to have some proper scoops from the Warsaw Uprising because of the secret photo exchange. So AP must have received photos from the German side from the Warsaw Uprising.
But why photos? They could have received reports.
No, it was all about photos, news photos.
Yeah, no, but you have reports with the photos, so it could be about.
Yeah, you have a caption.
Yeah, but whatever. But I mean, when you read the New York Times, you have information about the uprising. Right. In the free press, in the free world, you have information on the uprising. I've never seen any of those newspapers, the Guardian, the New York Times, the Post, whatever. There's not a single photo of the event. So I don't think AP had some, and there's no reason AP would have some because that's an SS circuit. The photos are taken by the SS for the SS to be used by the SS. It's not taken by the PKs to be sent all over the world. As opposed, for instance, for even the Marseille photo were never published outside Europe, from my knowledge. They were published in France and in Germany during the war. Never found the Marseille photo in American or British press.
Thank you. Sorry. First.
Ramona, thank you for your interesting presentation. Ramona, hi. You're young, but you had to listen. Maybe interesting for you to know, we, as Netherlands Institute for War Documentation, we made an exhibition together with the Jewish Historical Museum in 2019 in the Holocaust Museum in Amsterdam. And we had an emotional discussion about these photos. You know the story? No, they were presented, they were all, the exhibition was already there. And the museum wanted to remove these photos. And first they had an ethical motivation, said we don't want dead people in our museum. Okay, that's difficult to discuss that. But later on they came with another reason, and it was we first want to have a discussion with our audience about presenting these photos. And what they did, they put paper on over the photos in the exhibition, and it was emotional. It was on the television news, in the newspapers. And the strange thing was there was another photo, because we want only a few very cruel photos in it, from a Dutch boy in Beregszász. He's been walking there alone, and then at the side of the road, many corpses there. And then later on, the exhibition went to Berlin, and then you could see the photo again. But especially these photos, they were so emotional about. So they were not seen, and we had the idea, someone made the photos to show the public what was happening. And 75 years later, someone from the museum said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to show it to the audience. So I just want to tell you that you know that this discussion in 2019 was heavy in Amsterdam. I can tell you all about it later.
Just thank you. And I will talk to you later because this is so interesting. I thought the discussion was over in 2001, or at least when Didi Uberman printed his book. I thought then it was end of discussion because he said so. So this is so good. We'll talk, we'll have coffee.
Beginning of a friendship.
Thank you. So it's a question to Ramona. I wanted to ask that probably after the first lecture, and decided there is not enough time, but because you you talked on this topic again on the Sonderkommando clandestine photos. So then, Janina, feel free to tell something if you want. How much do we know about the fate? Really, I'm coming back to this topic of the negatives, because it's logical. I'm sorry, I sound probably non-professional, but the logic says it's much easier to smuggle a negative than a printed photo. The other thing is how the hell they would print the photo. And they barely could clandestinely take the photo, so probably there was no laboratory there, so they can really take out on paper what they have taken. And then do we know who actually printed the photo? What happened? Where is the original? I don't know.
Do you know?
Well, I know parts, and then I'll give it to the actual expert. Okay. So, first, what we know is that they smuggled out the film, not the photographs. That we know because of the grips. So I don't know if there is no English word for grips, right? So we know that they smuggled out the film, not the photographs. That we know. And what Mucha had was contact prints, so prints from the original. That is something that he states in a testimony in Auschwitz. He says something about it translates to secondary negatives. He does secondary negatives. That's actually what Janina Struk told us when he photographed the photograph that he had and enlarged it. That is how he did the cropped versions, and the negatives that came with the photographs that he took. That is the negatives that he had and that he gave to the museum. But what happened to the negatives that were smuggled out of Auschwitz, we don't know. But maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. In fact, we have no clue what happened to the negatives because they were sent to Krakow to be printed. They were apparently printed. We don't know if that's before or after the liberation of Krakow. What I know, but I've worked on that 10 years ago, so I don't remember very well, so please stop the cameras. But if I remember well, in 46 or 47, a copy of the photos was given to the judge working on Auschwitz, Judge Zine.
Yeah, that is the cropped version of Mucha.
No, apparently it's not a cropped version for what I found once, and that's the problem. The problem is, even for the museum, they don't know when they got the first version, and what you showed is what they are giving to anyone working on the topic. But you can find before that, published in Polish press and even by the museum, the photos. So it's very unclear.
Yeah, but that is the cropped version.
Not always. That's the. It's not cropped the same way on the various publications. So you don't know what they used initially. And the judge having the photos doesn't mean the museum have the photos.
But the judge's photos are those from the report, from the trial, from the hospital.
Yeah, but it's very unclear. There's a lot of things unclear. To answer the question, we don't know. Okay. And the negatives are probably lost forever, except if someone find them in some archives, but that's it, personal archives. And I think it went to the dumpster, basically.
We are coming to the last question of today, or do you? Okay, I guess.
So I'll take the last one. I was just thinking, because it was mentioned in a few of the presentations, all these Jews walking in order, and a few of the presenters, you said that was actually giving a message that the Germans have everything under control and they defeated the Jews. So first question is who this message was meant to work on, and did it really work on? Because these are pictures and lines of mostly women and children and old men guarded by policemen and soldiers with rifles. So is that the idea that they had, that they defeated the Jews, like heavily armed people, policemen and soldiers guarded women and children? Usually you would say that, okay, if that was a line of POWs, unarmed, okay, we defeated the enemy's army. But we defeated women and children, and everybody knew that it was in their possibility to kill them on sight instead of just walking them somewhere. Did the message that they defeated the Jews work on the public? I don't know who was meant to get this message from the photos.
The deportation photos you're talking about?
I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, Christoph, do you want to?
In a way, I mean, we're talking about racist warfare here, and of course, Jews are arch enemies. So yes, and then I would think, did they really think about how to organize it? No, because they've been marching all the time. You know, like there's descriptions how you do a good march in dance magazines in Germany. So like, you know, like, so you've got a group of people that you have to move them from A to B. You march them. It's lines of 3 or lines of 5. Concentration camps always lines of 5, because then you can count it, tick, 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 tick through. So, you know, like it's, so I don't, you know, like, and I think it's a telling fact that like the last marches the Nazis organized, this is the death marches. They are marching, you know, like, so I don't know whether it's really a message they sent or whether it's something they just, that's the way they organized, they police Nazi regime. But maybe yes, and then it would be, of course, hey, we are taking our enemies away, and
but when I look, for instance, those Eisenach
A moment.
photographs. Sorry about
Steve
that.
again.
Yeah. Sorry about that. When I look at that, I say, you know, I see those photographs, and it shows a very orderly process. And it's also, you know, having them.
That's what you see.
What?
That's what the photographer shows.
Right, exactly. That it's a very, there's no policeman drawn, there are very few, relatively few policemen that's shown. They don't have their guns drawn for the most, you know. So it's very orderly. And I think that that's also saying to the population that this is a very orderly process. They're not showing brutality, you know, and they're being placed on passenger trains, you know, so that this is a way, I think it's a way of kind of, you know, saying this is an orderly resettlement. They're not saying that they're deporting them to be killed. I mean, they're saying that they're being sent elsewhere. So in some ways, I can see how this is to kind of assuage, a population in Germany. In Poland, I don't think they would have cared what the population thought. But I think in Germany and Western Europe, they were much more concerned about how the population would react to that kind of brutality. That's my thought.
But maybe talking about the pan-European perspective, there's only one country I know so far where photographs of the deportations were published, and that's the Netherlands, in the newspaper of the SS. And then there's a few little things in Germany, local papers, but we don't even know whether it's deportation photos. We're talking about 41 following. Yeah, maybe that sends a message then. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all of you. Christoph, we should give some closing remarks, and I don't have any, but I just want to.
Yeah, I've got closing remarks.
Yeah. I want to say special thanks to everyone who was here, and also for the organizer as on behalf of the EHRI, let's say, or the expert group, Christoph Kreutzmüller, Karel Berkhoff, and András Cioflâncă, thank you so much for the help in the organization. And also I should mention my colleagues from the Holocaust Memorial Center, Levente Lengyel, who is not sitting now here in the room, and Vincze who also organized all the things and booked the photos. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And I hope we will have a nice day tomorrow too, not only today. And you know that we have a guided tour here held by László Csősz, who was one of the scholars who was one of the group members who put together this exhibition, this permanent exhibition, like 50 years ago. And who else? No one. So I give the micro to you, Christoph, if you have anything to say, the concluding remarks. Okay, so thank you again.
I want to say something too, but I think, we've got a 2-day approach. And if you want to draw conclusions, what we learn from today for tomorrow is that I think we should be careful to immediately jump into the meta level discussions as to like ethics of showing and all that. They are very important, but I think the use of a 6x9 camera shows us that we have to think about the photographs on this kind of technological day-to-day level, taking the photographs and looking again and again as evidence. So I think we still have to do some field work in looking at photographs. It's like, in certain parts we are ready to move on, so to speak, and discuss meta level, but on a certain way we are just really on the beginner's level of thinking, this is a photograph, okay.
You're right.
And maybe we can find and it will be a strange balance tomorrow, to say, look, photograph, look at it, discuss it, and then ethics of showing. Do we have a right to look? And I would say we only have got a right to say we don't have a right to look if we don't have understood the photograph. And that takes, as Janina has shown us, a lot of context and a lot of side context. And it takes Snoopy, so to speak, like to understand, so to speak, this broader level. And it takes Snoopy, I think, is a very nice last sentence, isn't it?